Okay, I call the meeting to order. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. Panel today, to my immediate left is Ivan Derlego, to my far left is Laurie Davidson. I'm Robert Buss. Our assessor this morning is Nathan Kupfer, and the secretary is Kelsey Harrison. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matter must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing-in. Then we will have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the other applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be a part of the public record. And we will start with 206 Hansard Boulevard. Please.
Would you like to swear in or affirm without?
Affirm.
Could you please state your name?
Nathan Kupfer.
And do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Could you please state your name?
Mark Newman.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Do you have evidence?
I do.
5
Thank you. Mr. Kupfer, whenever you're ready, we could begin.
Subject property 206 Hansard Boulevard, parcel ID number 10002873000. It's in the neighborhood area of Old Tuxedo. It's a 2-story dwelling constructed in 2017. A 4,244 square foot living area. It has a full basement with basement finish, 2 full bathrooms and 2 half bathrooms with showers. It has central air conditioning, 3 fireplaces, an attached multi-car garage, an assessed lot size of 9,747 square feet. Comparables 1 through 3 are all also in the Old Tuxedo neighborhood area. It's a fairly unique area, so I want to keep my comparables within Old Tuxedo. They're all 2-story dwellings. They're all infill houses constructed between 2005 and 2015, similar to the subject. They all have full basements with basement finish. Comparable 1 has 3 full bathrooms and 1 half bathroom with a shower, central air conditioning, an attached multi-garage, but only 1 fireplace. Similar size lot, about 1,600 square feet smaller, 8,187 square feet. It's sold for a time-adjusted sale price of $1.524 million, or $477.89 per square foot. 123 Hansard. It's 5 full bathrooms, 2 half bathrooms with 2 showers, 5 fireplaces, has both an attached multi-garage and an in-ground pool. It's on a larger lot, 25,990 square feet. Sold for a time-adjusted sale price of $2.526 million. Our time-adjusted sale price per square foot of $434.91. And then 137 Hansard, 4 full bathrooms, 2 half bathrooms with showers, 4 fireplaces, again an attached multi-garage. Again, it's on a larger lot, 22,740 square feet on the external corner. Sold for a time-adjusted sale price of $3.772 million, or $565.55 per square foot. The subject's 2020 assessment is currently at $1.932 million, or $455 per square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Newman?
Yes,
of the
thank you.
assessor?
Yes. Mr. Kupfer, you're aware that the plans indicate that this house is 4,051 square feet?
No, the inspection that was done back in November 2018, the assessor who added the house added it as 4,244 square feet.
That wasn't my question. My question was, you're aware that the plans indicate that the house is 4,051 square feet?
No, the assessor who added it based on the plans, and he measured it out to be 4,244 square feet.
Have you looked at the plans?
I have, yeah.
Second story, 1 bedroom only?
Yeah, 3 in the basement, 1 upstairs, according to the plans.
Is that common to have a 2-story home with 1 bedroom only on the upper level?
It's a unique house.
Okay, that's a good word to describe it. Have you driven by, have you seen it?
I have driven by, yes. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to inspect it.
So it's a box-style house, and it's metal, it's all metal on the outside, correct?
Metal exterior, yeah.
Okay. The comparables you're relying upon, are they generated by the model?
To my knowledge, yes, all 3 you're talking about the assessed values?
The selection of the comparables,
Mm-hmm.
are they selected by the model?
They were generated by the model, yes, as the sales dates are within the sales range.
Okay. And was the model asked to select homes only in Old Tuxedo?
No, I chose to select homes from only Old Tuxedo built within the relative range of the homes.
And do you know anything about the background of the 3 comparables that were sold?
I have MLS listings for,
So, for example, 137 Hansard, that lot is 175 feet, isn't it?
the lot is 175 feet. You're talking about the frontage?
Yes.
I'll take your word for it if it is, yeah.
Okay. The sale that you're relying upon, do you know who the buyer was? Do you know who the seller was?
For 137
Yes.
Hansards? No.
Okay. So you're not aware that the seller was Paul Maurice,
No.
who sold it to a buyer from a company called 24/7 In Touch?
No.
Okay. What about 123 Hansard? Know anything about who seller and buyer was there?
No.
Okay. Do you know that that was Mike Keene's house at one point?
No.
All right, so you don't have any background on these sales and who was involved in them, is that fair?
No.
Okay. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, Laurie,
I have no
Question?
questions at this time.
Ivan?
I have a question. These comparables, the sizing is like way is because you couldn't find another property exactly or closer to the.
Yeah, there's not a lot of infill housing in Old Tuxedo. I thought it was actually pretty fortunate to find the comparables that I did, considering the size of the house and when they were constructed. In my opinion, comparable number 1 is probably the strongest, given the similar sized lots, similar date built, and within a reasonable living area.
So you probably use value per square foot more, applied it to this smaller size.
I looked at this property from a lot of different ways, to be honest. From the gross sale price, the sale price per square foot, it was a $1.5 million bill. The construction value itself, it seems to be a superior home, even amongst superior homes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. The sales that you're showing, are those vacant lot sales?
No, none of them are big. Oh, sorry, you're talking the sale
On the
year?
subject property, sorry. on
Yeah, the
subject.
$630,000, I believe, was paid for the vacant lot in 2015.
The comparable number one, have you driven by that property?
I did get to drive by it, yes.
Would it be a unique property, like you said the subject was?
Short answer, no, I guess. It's more of a typical McMansion, I guess you describe it. Doesn't have that unique look to it, the way 206 Hansard does.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you. Mr. Newman, if you'd like to.
So what I would suggest we do is maybe open up my brief, and at the very back is a set of plans, and then I'll work you forward through the attachments, which will include photos of the subject and the comparables.
Okay.
So what you've got is 2 pages of plans. The last page, 1,365 square feet, is the upper level. And the page before that is the main level, 2,686 square feet. This matter has been before this board before, for both the 2017 and the 2018-19 supplementaries. They were both heard at the same time. These plans were presented to a different panel of this board. There was an issue about the square footage. This home is not an easy one to measure because there are cutout areas in respect of this home. If you look at the 2,686 square foot page, you can see there's an area called courtyard right in the middle. That's where they do their barbecuing. The upper floor is not a full floor. It's nowhere near a full floor. It's a partial floor only. It's a somewhat unique home, and I'll show you a photo in a moment. So there is an issue about the square footage. I appreciate the assessor is of the view that it's 4,244 square feet. We are of the view that it's 4,051 square feet based on these plans provided by the architect. So then let me start turning you page by page. Let me take you now a page forward. So again, I'm working from the back forward. So that photo is 137 Hansard. And I asked the assessor about the history of this house. It was built by a Winnipeg entrepreneur who eventually sold it to Paul Maurice of the Winnipeg Jets. Maurice sold it and downsized actually, and moved to a different home in the city. It was bought by the people who are owners of 24/7 In Touch, who did a significant transaction with a venture capital company and sold part of their business. The only reason I'm telling you this is because it's important to understand that this buyer, to put it simply, had a ton of money, and money was no object in terms of what they bought and where they bought it. It is a much larger home, obviously. It is a very, very different lot. This has got 175 feet of frontage on Hansard in Old Tuxedo. It's a 22,740 square foot lot, much, much larger than the subject's 9,747 square feet. And simply, I don't think it's a comparable. I think the size makes it not a comparable, the lot size makes it not a comparable. I think it's not a comparable for those reasons. If you turn forward one more page, this is 132 Chataway. And the reason I have given you photos is because these are, and as the assessor fairly noted, the subject property is somewhat unique. These comparables are not unique in the sense that he called them McMansions. I don't think 132 Chataway is a McMansion. It's a 3,100 square foot house, 3,189 square feet to be exact. It's a more traditional type of home, I would suggest. I'm not suggesting it's not a nice home, don't misunderstand me, but it's a more traditional home in its appearance. And of course, with its size, it makes it much more affordable than a house 1,000 square foot larger, because if it's 1,000 square foot bigger, at $455 a square foot, it's gonna cost $455,000 more to buy it, which means your pool of buyers starts to get smaller. And so although it is a comparable, I don't doubt that, it is an Old Tuxedo, it's a couple of streets over, I think its size has an impact on what somebody is prepared to pay. We turn forward one more page. This is 123 Hansard, 200 feet of frontage, just so we're clear. This house was built by Mike Keane, the hockey player. In the front of the house, there is actually an athletic playing surface with a basketball court, a hardtop surface. Mike Keane had a very athletic son, who by coincidence was the same age as my son, and so they played sports together a little bit. That's why I know as much as I do about this. But again, a very spectacular home on a lot that is 266% larger than the subject lot. Look at the landscaping. It's a traditional type home in Tuxedo, blends in very nicely. And now let's turn the page. And now we come to the subject. Ignore the garage on the right side of the page. That belongs to the house adjacent. It's not. So this house, and this photo doesn't do it justice, this house is metal. It's complete metal all around. When I was last in front of this panel, I described it as rusting, because it is rusting. Whether it will turn green in time as copper does, I have no idea. I don't think so. It's a very uniquely designed house in a variety of respects. There is no backyard because the house is built right to the back. There's a limited front yard. It's got one bedroom on the upper level. It's got 75 feet of frontage. This is not a family-friendly home. When I was last here, the first question I asked the assessor was whether curb appeal was important in the context of when houses sold. Does the appeal, the impression that is created on a buyer have an impact on their willingness to buy and motivation to buy? That assessor answered yes. What I would say to you simply is there may well be a lot of people who will drive by this house and say, wow, this is a cutting-edge design house. I like this, I want it. I suggest there will be a lot of people who will say, not a chance. But more than that, never mind the aesthetic of the outside. Again, it's an unusual house in the sense that it's only got one bedroom on the upper level. So this is a couple whose children are grown. They built this house for themselves. They were free to do whatever they wanted. That's not the issue. The issue for you is ultimately what will it sell for in the marketplace at April 1 of 2018. And if we turn one more page forward to try and answer that question, what I did is I entered search criteria which were essentially tuxedo, not just old tuxedo, but tuxedo. And I looked for homes in the range of 3,750 square feet to 4,500 square feet. I looked for homes that were two-story, although I did have one bungalow creep into this. And you can see a lengthy listing of homes, and they are sorted by, in ascending order from top to bottom, by sale price per square foot. Some of them are somewhat older sales, but for example, 26 Burnley, the fourth sale up from the bottom of the long list, a home built in 1992, it sold for $1,520,000, 3,941 square feet, $385 a square foot. It sold in March of 2018. By the by, let me just make an observation about the time-adjusted sale price concept. I know the city does this. The only way to do it truly and accurately is to look for what are called paired sales. And a paired sale is a circumstance where a house sells twice. It sells on March 1 of 2017, and then it sells again on April 1 of 2018. And you can see what the change in value was in that 13-month period, and that gives you an indication of what the market is doing in terms of a change in price. of course, I always say to people that the house market is an imperfect market. It's very much motivated by the buyers and sellers. I'm getting a divorce, I need to sell my house. I'm getting a divorce, I need to buy a house. I love the decor, I hate the decor. I love the outside, I hate the outside. Those are factors that influence buyers of homes significantly, and that's why in many ways I describe the house market as a bit of an imperfect market. Having said that, I brought as many comparables as I did because I acknowledge what the assessor has said. This is infill housing in the old part of Tuxedo. These houses haven't turned over yet. Time will tell what these houses will sell for, but they haven't really turned over yet. The ones that have turned over are 123 Hansard and 137 Hansard. And I guess 132 Chataway has turned over as well. But we don't have much of a market for these turnovers. I think the two Hansard properties, the comparables, are much too large. They're in many ways, I would call them trophy properties because of their lot size. I think the set of comparables that I brought forward to you, because again, I focused on trying to bracket the square footage of this house, whether it's 4,051 or, as the assessor suggests, 4,244. And I think when you look at the Burnley sale, for example, and yes, I acknowledge that it's a 1992 construction, but it's a March 2018 sale. These are well-built homes in Tuxedo. I'm aware that this house was upgraded. So at the end of the day, what I then do in the lower half of this document is I show 206 Hansard at $1,932,000, and at the assessor's 4,244 square feet, that's $450. At 4,051 square feet, that's $476. In 2018, the value, depending on the square footage, was either $390 a square foot at 4,051 or $372 a square foot at 4,244 square feet. The assessor will tell us today that this house is worth $455 a square foot, which means it's up $80 a square foot based on the 372, and it's up $65 a square foot based on the 390. I don't think the house has gone up that much in value. And then the other thing I do is I list the comparables, the three assessor comparables, showing the lot size, the square footage, and the sale price per square foot and the dates. If we turn forward another page, we have the decision of the prior panel for 2018 at $1,580,000. And then if we come forward to the very first page now of the documents, some comments, most of which I believe I have made already. As I told you, it's 9,747 square feet, which, considering that it's an over 4,000 square foot house, is a small lot, relatively speaking. There's no backyard, one bedroom on the upper level. It's not what I would call a family-friendly home. The design is unique. The appearance, you'll make your own decision in that regard. There's the prior assessments, depending on the square footage, the original assessments and what they were. 2018, I've told you $1,580,000. The square footage, we've got the plans, it's been measured by the architect. Again, it's not easy to scale this property off plans because there are various cutouts through the house. The assessor comparables I tell you about, Chataway is the first one, similar lot size, smaller home by almost 1,000 square feet, about 30%, traditional in its appearance, 63 feet of frontage. Hansard, 200 feet of front, 123 rather, 200 feet of frontage. The lot is 266% bigger than the subject. Traditional appearance, a unique property considering the size of the lot. Impressive landscaping. 137 Hansard, very much the same thing. Again, these are trophy properties, the two Hansard ones that were bought by people, and I didn't tell you actually who bought 123. So after Mike Keane sold it, another 24/7 in touch person bought it, the chief financial officer. Again, significant money available to these buyers to buy these homes. So I've explained my comps to you already, and at the end of the day, what I'm suggesting to you is that there should be a value on this property of no more than $400 a square foot, which based on 4,051 square feet would put it in the value range of $1,620,000. Subject to questions, those are my submissions.
Thank you. Mr. Comfort, have you any questions?
I do. Mr. Newman, you said you don't agree with my comparables primarily because of the larger lot size, at least the last two on Hansard?
Yes.
Yes. Just looking at your comparable list here, your first one is on McCreary Road. You're saying that's a better comparable to the subject in Old Tuxedo?
No, that's not what I said. I said my list of comparables is a full list of homes between 3,750 and 4,500 square feet. They weren't selected for their lot size. They were selected because they are the spectrum of two-story homes that sold in Tuxedo over the last number of years leading up to the reference date.
Just to make sure I have this right, that in the sale date was in 2013 for this first comparable?
Yep.
1 May 2013. Have you made any time adjustment to any of the sale prices?
No.
Because we're going all the way back, I'm seeing the earliest one here all the way back in 2012.
I have not made time adjustments.
Well, this is a lot to go through right now. Can you identify any one or two comparables maybe that suit the subject best based on the date of construction, the size, the location?
Sure. I would think 26 Burnley, as I mentioned earlier. It's a March 2018 sale at $385 a square foot. So I think that's a very, and it's 3,941 square feet, significantly upgraded home. So I think it's quite comparable. The Hosmer one below 404 Hosmer goes back to June of 2015. Again, but smaller by approximately 1,000 square feet. And again, economies of scale become an issue as you go down. Generally, they become an issue as you go down in size of home, because the pool of buyers who can afford to buy it increases as the value comes down.
But again, the sales date was in 2015, so we can't really use that one as a comparable, right?
Well, you can use it for whatever weight you want to give to it.
26 Burnley then we're going with is our best comparable. Have you been inside the house?
I have not.
Do you have an MLS listing or any information to share about what the house looks like on the inside?
I did look at the MLS listing, I did look at the photos. The home had been substantially upgraded. It was owned by the people who owned Penthouse Furniture.
Okay. Where is 26 Burnley located
It's on
exactly?
the corner of Burnley and the middle street that runs, Burnley sort of runs in a U shape, and then there's a street that comes down the middle. It's right on the corner of Burnley and that cross street, which I'm having a brain cramp on. Forgive me. But it's in South Tuxedo.
South Tuxedo?
Yes.
You brought into question the time adjustment that we make for our comparable sales. Do you have any alternative proposal? Do you have any indication of what the market has increased then, if you're not agreeing with our assessment increase?
I'm not sure the market has increased. I mean, that's the issue. When you get into homes at the, what I'm gonna call the upper range of the value, the pool of buyers gets much smaller. And absent paired sales, which in theory give you a direct comparison when a home sells twice, I don't think it's easy to draw conclusions about what the market generally is doing, and apply those conclusions to a specific home.
Have you been in the basement of the subject property?
I have not.
Can you confirm that the building plan showed 3 full bedrooms in the basement? Can you confirm that those were built?
Those are built.
Those are built, so the
Yes.
home has 4, functionally speaking, the home has 4 bedrooms.
It does.
Okay. You brought up questioning the buyers and the sellers for the comparables for 137 Hansard and 123 Hansard. Why do you feel like that's applicable or relevant, whether they play for the Jets or not?
No, it speaks to the pool of buyers. Again, to me, that's the important issue. And again, when you get into houses this big, the pool of buyers gets very small. And sometimes you have a buyer who comes along for whom money is no object, or they have the means to buy, and so they're prepared to buy. But if you don't have those unique buyers, your pool is very much reduced, and your sale price will be very different. That's why I bring it up.
Given the three comparables and the price ranges that you see, wouldn't that be applicable to all three of the comparables and the subject property?
I think the
Circumstances.
132 Chataway comparable, because of its square footage of 3,189 square feet, the ultimate price, I mean, that house sold for $1,450,000. The other one sold for $2,500,000 or $3,600,000. So there's a qualitative difference, a quantitative difference between what those houses are selling for. The pool of buyers to buy the $1,450,000 is going to be much larger than the pool of buyers at $2,500,000 or $3,600,000.
Glad you brought up qualitative differences. Do you know what the declared construction value of the subject home was?
No.
It was $1.5 million with planning, property, and development. Just as a contrast, the declared construction value for 132 Chataway was $550,000. It's kind of the level of construction that we'd expect for a home in this range. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Ivan, questions? Questions of Mr.
Oh, I have a question. Where did the difference in the square footage come from? I looked at the plan here.
My best guess, because what the assessor has explained is that another assessor scaled it off the plans, and that's where the square footage was obtained from. So if you look at the page that says 2,686 square feet, you've got this area right here
Yeah.
that is the courtyard. So that's not livable area. You've got another area here, which is cut out right through to the ground. So it's not a livable area. There's a lot of jogs and angles in this house. I can't tell you for sure how it happened, but I can just say to you that we went to the architect when we saw the square footage, and we said, can you scale the square footage for us? And the architect gave us these plans of what was built. That's the best I can do.
I'm just wondering, when people take the square footage of a building, most of the assessments say outside measurement, not the size of the livable room.
Right.
So, was it done that way, or?
I don't know, I didn't do it. A different assessor did it, as I understand it.
Okay, that's all.
Okay. Laurie?
I actually have a question for the assessor, sort of based on,
Go ahead.
thank you. I'm just looking at the Board of Revision order, because the supplementary assessment, like the revision on the 2018 was reduced to 1.580 from 1.859. So this wasn't appealed to the municipal board by the city of Winnipeg, so I don't know whether that's because of policy or acceptance of that, reduced value. So when I'm looking at the Board of Revision order against the original assessment, against what you have on the roll for 2020 at 1.9, I mean, the percent increases are quite different, and you'd indicated a 6% increase over the reassessment years, based on, I mean, it's a larger market area, and, taking all the unique in that. So is that because you didn't feel the 1.580 was correct for the 2018 assessment?
Well,
Because when you look at the increases over the different values for the previous reassessment cycle, I mean, they're quite different.
I didn't research the comparables that would have been used for
Right.
the previous assessment cycle for the previous appeal. Given the comparables that I have here for us. I feel like the assessed value per square foot is actually low at $455.23 a square foot.
Okay.
I wasn't looking at the percentage increase or what the former decision was.
Okay, so that's how you looked at the value, and then using the comparables that you brought forward today.
That's right, every assessment cycle is a new cycle. These are the comparables that we have for this assessment cycle. Given that evidence, I believe the assessment is fair, yeah.
Okay, and just another quick question, which is, you know, it's not really complicated at all, but it's been raised both by you and the agent that this is a really unique house, and when I look at the picture, it's clearly modern architecture, and you know how often there's that view that people view home as something that looks more traditional, and there's a few houses not like this, but this kind of flat, really modern throughout, you know, New Tuxedo and that. Do you put any weight on what Mr. Newman raised about, you know, the curb appeal and how that impacts the market value? Or does it just take like years to sell versus a change in value?
Well, it's difficult to determine. Personally, if I'm spending $2 million on a home, I don't want it to look like all the other homes. I want it to be unique. I want it to have...
Is a question of how much uniqueness, I guess I'm asking.
Yeah, 132 Chataway, I can tell you, was only on the market for 7 days and sold for $1.45 million.
Mm-hmm.
That would indicate to me that it's not particularly hard to sell these types of homes.
Right.
123 Hansard, days on market is 56, so that one was a little bit longer, and then 137 Hansard was the longest. Naturally, so it was the highest selling price. That one was on the market for almost half a year. And I can also tell you the amount of $1 million plus homes in Tuxedo has increased fairly substantially between assessment cycles. Between 2014 and 2016, there was only 12 $1 million plus homes sold. Between 2016 and 2018, there were 22,
Yeah.
which again, suggesting these homes are becoming easier and easier to sell.
These particular
Just
style?
Maureen, this is the questions for Mr. Newman.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
$1 million plus homes.
Yeah, all right, I kind of got the picture, thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's good, thanks.
Have you any questions for Mr. Newman?
No, I'm kind of between the two.
I have a couple of questions. The picture of the subject property on page, well, I don't have the pages numbered, but
Yeah.
the picture of the subject property, are there windows on the front of the house? I can't see, it's kind of dark.
So, in the upper level, the answer is no. In the lower level, and again, what you've got, and I do apologize for this, you've got some wood fencing along the front here, and there are windows behind there.
Okay. But on the upper level, there's no windows? This is facing the street?
This is facing the street, so this is taken from Hansard, looking in a southwesterly direction.
Okay. On your list of comparables, the only comparable I see that is over 400 square feet, $400 per square foot is the, also, except for the McCreary property, which McCreary is a little different, I would say.
Yes.
Yeah, the only one is the 2000, is also the newest one. Would you say that the age of the property is tied closely to the square footage rate?
You're talking about the 404 Hosmer property?
Yes, it's 2012.
Right. So I would say two things about that. And just to, in the context of an earlier question by a panel member, there's no question there are a lot of houses in Tuxedo that have been built over recent years that are what I call them box-style houses, in the sense that, you know, they're very
Yeah.
contemporary design. And in a general sense, the subject is a box-style house. 404 Hosmer is a box-style house as well.
Okay.
It is located, it's said to have an external corner influence. That's because it's located not on the corner, but one house off the corner, but then adjacent to a lane. So that's why it's given an external corner influence. But it's a 13,000 square foot lot. So there's two observations I would make about it. One, is the size of the lot, 50% greater than the subject, and the other is the size of the house at 3,292 square feet. And again, the pool of buyers gets larger for a home that ultimately will have a sale price that's lower. You know, the assessor's comments about 137 Hansard being on the market for 6 months, I'm not surprised by that. Again, it's the size of the home and it's the overall price. The pool of buyers for houses that big is much, much smaller, and it's not easy to find buyers.
Thank you. That is, all the questions have been answered. Summation, same thing
Regarding the square footage discrepancy, I contacted Mr. Newman on September 24th and requested an inspection of the property so that I could personally measure the house and determine what the square footage was. We weren't permitted to inspect the property at
this
that
is kind
time.
of, I think that's new evidence. Summation is not good evidence.
I'd like to request that the home be judged at 4,244 square feet, given that we were not permitted to inspect it.
Very good, thank you.
You've heard me, I could.
Very good, thank you. Okay, that concludes 206 Hansard. We will move on to 12 Kingsway. Mr. Comfort, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
12 Kingsway, parcel ID number 120-404-53000, is in the Crescentwood neighborhood area. It's a 2.5-story dwelling constructed in 1911, 7,319 square feet of living area, full basement with basement finish, 4 full bathrooms, 2 half bathrooms, no air conditioning, 3 fireplaces, a detached multi-garage, and an in-ground pool. The assessed lot size is 29,038 square feet. It is on an external corner and has a light traffic influence. Comparable number 1, 514 Wellington Crescent, also in the Crescentwood neighborhood, also 2.5-story dwelling, constructed in 1909, 8,185 square feet with a part area basement, no basement finish, 6 full bathrooms, 1 half bathroom, 2 fireplaces, and an attached multi-garage, 31,313 square foot lot area, also on an external corner, medium traffic influence, park influence, and a school influence. 12 Ruskin Row, also in the Crescentwood area, 2.5-story dwelling, constructed in 1910 with a 1930 effective age, 5,509 square foot living area with a full basement, basement finish, 3 full bathrooms and 2 half bathrooms with showers. It has central air, 2 fireplaces, a detached multi-garage, 24,921 square foot living area, lot area. Also on an external corner with a park influence. 6 Ruskin Row, also in the Crescentwood area, 2.5-story dwelling, constructed in 1910. 6,233 square foot living area with a full basement, no basement finish, 2 full baths, a half bath with a shower. It does have central air conditioning as well as 2 fireplaces, and a detached multi-garage. Assessed lot size is 15,993 square feet. It has a park influence. 225 Dromore Avenue. It's also in the Crestwood area. 2.5-story dwelling constructed in 1912. 4,799 square feet living area with a full basement finish, 3 full bathrooms and a half bathroom, 2 fireplaces, and it has both an attached and a detached garage. 15,210 square foot living area, and it is again an external corner. Time adjusted sale prices range from a low of $861,700 to a high of $1.408 million, or a time adjusted sale price per square foot of $153.35 to $255.58. The subject property's 2020 assessment is set at $1.267 million, or $173.11 per square foot. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Mr. Newman, you have any questions of?
I do. So looking at your comparable map, the subject is highlighted in yellow,
Correct.
and immediately diagonally across the street from it is 514 Wellington Crescent, correct?
The infamous.
Not then, but, and so that's your comparable number 1. So that home is 8,185 square feet, so give or take 800 square feet larger than the subject. The lot size is within 2,000 square feet, correct?
Correct.
Then if we look at your comparable number 3, 6 Ruskin Row, that property is 6,233 square feet. The lot size is somewhat smaller at just shy of 16,000 square feet. So these two properties, 1 and 3, in terms of square footage, bracket the subject, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Which is your best comparable?
Comparable to.
Comparable to. And why is that?
Similar location, 12 Ruskin Row. You can see it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 properties removed. It's also an external corner. It's got a similar lot size, similar year built. It's sold on MLS, so we have good photos of the interior of the home. Based on my inspection of the home of 12 Kingsway and the information I have available, I would deem it to be the best comparable.
And do you think the quality of the two homes is comparable? The subject in 12 Ruskin Row?
I would say there are elements of 12 Ruskin Row that are superior. Given that it was sold, they likely did some work to brighten the house up and make it appeal for sale.
So you say some of it would be superior?
Yes.
And why do you think 514 Wellington Crescent is not your best comparable?
My understanding is the property was bought with the intention of tearing the home down and building condos. So this 1.25 million sale price represents what they paid for the lot, not what they paid for the house. So the price per square foot is irrelevant to me.
Well, all of that is based on things you've heard recently, isn't it? Do you think that,
Yes.
do you think the buyer, yes.
Yeah.
So when the buyer bought this house, do you think the buyer said to the vendor, I'm buying this house to tear it down?
I have no idea what the buyer said to the vendor.
The city of Winnipeg does a preview program, correct?
Correct.
For residential properties.
Yes.
And I asked you, during the course of our discussions, about whether the preview had indicated the value of this property was to be, for the 2020 assessment, $1,096,000, correct?
Correct.
And you looked into that, and what was the advice you gave me about why that value changed? to 1,267,000.
The property had formerly had a below-average condition variable attached to it. A member of our department did an exterior inspection, I believe it was a drive-by, and upgraded that to average. And that bumped the value up to 1.267.
And all of the other comparable properties,
Mhm.
what's their condition, do you know?
I don't know.
Those are my questions, thank you.
Thank you. Lori, questions of the assessor?
Yes, I just had a quick question on the subject property.
Mhm.
So the year built is 1911 and the effective age is 1911. Does that mean like there's literally been no renovations or structural fixes in this house?
So I got to do a full inspection of the property with the homeowner. I would say it is largely original, still has a lot of the original woodwork, things that people would consider to be character in the home. It could definitely use upgrades here and there, but yeah, it is largely original.
So does it mean it has old windows, old kitchen, old bath, everything?
Updated kitchen. The baths, I believe, were older, clawfoot tubs, again, keeping with the character of the home. And yes, I believe the majority of the windows were older as well.
Yeah, it's always a challenge, character versus form versus function.
Right,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Ivan?
Nope.
Questions? So you did an inspection of this property
I did.
for this particular hearing?
Yes.
You're saying it's an average condition. Were you able to drive by the other properties, at least, do exterior inspections on the comparables?
I was. They're large lots, so when we do an exterior inspection, we're doing a drive-by. We're not up close and personal with the home so much. 514 Wellington is gated off. It's currently a construction zone as I understand it. Yeah, I wasn't able to determine much from the exterior beyond what I already had from the MLS listings, which I have for 12 Ruskin Row, 6 Ruskin Row, and 225 Dromore.
This 12 Ruskin Row had some major renovations, so that's why there's a age variant from 1910 to 1930?
According to the listing, the major improvements were bathroom updates, the electrical, which would have been a big job. It probably would have had knob and tube back when it was constructed, so that would have been done throughout the house. Kitchen upgrade, which the subject property also has, as well as newer windows.
Okay. Thank you, that's all my questions. Mr. Newton, if you would like to.
I've given you a thick pile of paper, but it's mostly pictures.
Okay, like pictures.
So I want to start with the subject property, and to be clear, the assessor asked for an inspection. I was there with the assessor, and the homeowner took us through the home. And he has a pride of ownership of this home, without question. And with all great respect to him, it is a dated home, as you will see in a moment. So, tab 2. The way these pictures are laid out is we start in the basement and we work our way up, just as we did on the inspection. Tab 2, you might think that's a light switch, it is, but what's below it is more interesting. That's to provide, it's an odorizer, because the basement smells. It's musty. This next page is form of washroom. Sorry, it's in the same tab, we're still in the same tab, Mr. DeLego. We're still in the same tab 2, just turning pages. That's how I'm going to do it.
Okay,
So that's a washroom in the basement. Third picture, green towel, but look behind the green towel, there's leakage in this basement, and you can see it along the brick. Fourth page, that's a shower stall. What's remarkable about a shower stall in the basement? It's the only shower in the house. The only shower in the house. The next photo, just some overhead pipes with some fake foliage along them. Next picture is a fireplace. The homeowner told the assessor that because of concerns he has about the chimneys, he does not burn real wood in the fireplace. He burns the fake logs only. Okay, Mr. Dulego, we're still in tab number 2. And we're just turning the pages. Sorry. And it's my bad that I don't have them numbered. So we're on,
You're about 5 or 6 pages in. One more.
okay. So, as I say, the owner advised the assessor that he doesn't burn real wood in the fireplaces because he's concerned about the chimneys. The next photo, this is actually some leakage along the floor in the basement area. The next photo is, it's another photo of the washroom, but again, you can see that there's leakage along the brick. The next photo is some exercise equipment, and again, that brick finish. And then the last photo in this section is the boiler, that is the house. So the house is, it's hot water heated by way of boiler. It has no air conditioning. Next tab, tab 3. Now we move to the main floor. This is, I'll call it a sunroom. Lots of plants in the room. If you look at the floors, and this was discussed while we were doing the inspection, hardwood floors, quite worn, unclear whether they could be refinished, but their present physical condition today is quite worn, as you can see in the photo. And then what we have are a series of photos of the main floor. And again, it's a character home, I accept that. You're gonna see photos in a few minutes of 12 Ruskin, which the assessor says is his best comparable. Bluntly, I don't understand why the effective age is 1930, as you'll see in a moment when we see these photos. You know, this is a main floor sitting room. Next page, a close-up of the green bulkhead, again, to show there's water leakage, the condition. Next page is the kitchen. A couple of things I want you to note about the kitchen. It was updated, I don't know, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Sheet vinyl on the floors, note the lighting. The next page is a close-up, and you can see again the ceiling has got some damage. Next page, this is the laundry room. Next page, fireplace again with one of those fake fire logs that I referenced earlier. Next page, a view of the main floor still. And again, you know, you can see the old hardwoods, you can see the walls. Next page, another room on the main floor. Next page, another room on the main floor. There's some grandchildren who visit, lots of toys. And then here's a washroom on the main floor. Next page, or next tab rather, tab 4. Now we're up into the second level. This is the master bedroom. You can note the light fixture, quite dated. You can note the carpet, quite dated. If you go to the next page, you can see water damage to the ceiling. If you go to the page after that, you can see more water damage still. The page after that, that blue cabinet, this is a dressing room off the master bedroom. Again, I'll say to you simply, it's quite dated. We then come to a washroom. I would say original. You know, there's marble, the gray marble, quite old. And then you'll see the next photo is a photo of the bathtub. That's me in the photo in the mirror taking the picture, just so people know I was there. My point is, though, is that, you know, here's a bathroom. Next photo is a picture of the bedroom. Next photo is the ceiling in the foyer on the second floor. And again, you can see some leakage issues. And then, next picture, this is the rear of a stairwell area that we looked at. Again, you can see damage. And then the last photo in this section, the desk. It's a bit of an office area, and again, I just referenced the fixture. It is what it is. The point of these photos is to show that this is quite a dated home. When you get to the third floor, what you get into is, you don't get full ceilings. You've got dormer windows up on the third floor, and the purpose of this was simply to show the nature of what's up there. The third photo in is another washroom. Again, I would say to you, it's quite dated. More photos of the dormers, more photos of dated carpets. So, that's the subject property. Tab 6. I had quite a good time finding these photos, I have to tell you.
Was there an exterior picture of the subject property?
Oh, actually, you know what? I don't think there is. Okay, so tab 6. Tab 6 is 514 Wellington Crescent. And yes, that house has been in the news lots lately, but it wasn't in the news when it was sold. And that's for me the important thing. So that's the front of the house, the upper photo looking from Wellington Crescent. And then that's from the steps looking out towards the crescent, obviously at two different times of year. The next photo is a sitting area. The reason I'm showing you these photos is it's not about whether we like the decor, it's not about whether we like the house. The point I'm making in providing these photos to you is to show you simply, this house was well maintained. Whatever we may think about the decoration, it was well maintained. Here's, some people will love this wood treatment. I believe that's mahogany. The next photo is the stairway. Look at this stairway, look at these stained glass windows. You can see down into the lower level. For some people, this will be spectacular, they will love it. Other people won't like it at all, but here's what it is. The next photo, again, a sitting room. The point simply is that this house is well maintained. The next photo is the dining room. Look at the cabinetry along the right-hand side. Look at the fireplace on the left-hand side. A spectacular room. And then the last photo in this section is the mahogany foyer. You can see the stairs coming down. Look at the quality of the wood, the finish of the wood. This is how the house was when it was sold, and that's why I'm showing you these photos. The next set, tab 7, 12 Ruskin Road. Somewhat superior, said the assessor. This house is spectacular. And I don't understand why it has a 1930 age variant. So there's the outside of the house. And this is on Ruskin Row, 12 Ruskin Row, overlooking Peanut Park. There's another exterior view of the house, the solarium, the windows. There's a third view of a stairway. Third photo is a stairway. And then the next one, and let me explain to you how I got these. When this house was marketed, they did a video. They did a promotional video. And it's available on YouTube.
Oh, yes.
Why? Because I think the photographer put it up there as a form of advertising for himself to show the kind of work that he can do. So that fourth page is the bathroom. This is the page I'm looking at. Does this bathroom look anything like the bathrooms in the subject property? It's clearly been redone recently. Go to the next page. Look at the finishes, look at the quality of the wood. Sure, it's a traditional home. That's a spectacular clock, that's furnishing. We're not valuing that, but again, just look at the photo. Then we come to the kitchen. Hardwood floors, recessed lighting, newer cabinets clearly, looks like a Sub-Zero fridge on the right-hand side to me. Then we come to a, what I'll call an exterior dining area. Then we come to the stairway. Then we come to another washroom. So now I'm on this photo. That's the one. Look at the lighting, recessed lighting again. Look at the marble finish. That is a whirlpool or jet bathtub. Clearly this bathroom has been completely redone. Look at this stairway, this curving stairway that goes down 3 levels. Look at the quality. Look at this living area looking into a dining room. Look at this fireplace. This has been a house that has been lovingly cared for, lovingly restored. There's a reason why it sold for the money it did. And if anybody thinks this is comparable to the subject, well, that's not me, and I don't think it should be. And then finally, 6 Ruskin Road. These photos were not as easy to find. But again, a very traditional type of home. I couldn't find the big photos of this, so there are some black and whites that go on for a number of pages. And then there are the smaller color ones, which are many of the same photos as you see in the larger ones. But again, a very traditional home. But again, I'm going to say to you, pretty well maintained. So, what do we have here now that I've shown you all this? We have 514 Wellington Crescent. Actually, I want to show you one more thing. Go to my tab number 1. So as you may know, the city puts up online, available to homeowners, a set of comparables for their homes. This is the set of comparables that I found online. It's the same set of comparables the assessor is using. Those are my scribbles beside it. And then if we turn the pages, I printed out the assessment sheets for each of the properties. And I'm going to make an observation to you that the city builds mass appraisal models, multiple regression models, to value properties. Those multiple regression models, if they work properly, the assessed value and the sale price will be equal. The ASR, as it's called, the assessment to sales ratio, will be 100%. These assessment to sale ratios are not 100%. So for example, 514 Wellington Crescent, its time adjusted sale price is $1,313,000. It's assessed at $1,202,000. Page 4 of tab 1, 6 Ruskin, that one is actually pretty close. The time adjusted sale price is $955,800 and the assessed value is $956,000. That's the only one that's close. 12 Ruskin Road, time adjusted $1,408,000, assessed value $1,200,000. How come? Because I'll bet it's because the model thinks it's got an effective age of 1930. I'll bet that's why. And then finally, 225 Dromore, we see the value of, the assessed value $798,000, time adjusted $861,000. And the final page in that section, page 10, that was the preview notice the client received, which originally suggested a value of $1,096,000. And then the assessment comes out at $1,267,000. Why? Because as the assessor explains, one of his colleagues drives by and decides based on an exterior inspection that the condition, which was below average previously, should now be average. I have no idea why. But that stroke of the pen, so to speak, changed the value from $1,096,000 to $1,267,000. So, what am I saying to you ultimately? I'm saying to you that the subject property is quite dated in a variety of areas. The bathrooms are clearly dated. The kitchen is not original, but I think it's dated in some ways as well. The lighting is clearly dated. The sheet vinyl flooring doesn't compare at all to 12 Ruskin Road. It's got leakage in a variety of areas. If you look at what's in the house, it's older carpeting. One shower only in a house of this size and in the basement. 514 Wellington Crescent, in many ways, I think is the best comparable. It sold for $1,250,000. You've seen the photos of what sold. I don't think the buyer was sharing with the vendor the intended redevelopment potential of the property. But, you know, it actually sold for $152.72. I repeat my comments about time adjustments and whether they're valid or not. 12 Ruskin Row, that's got a value of $249.59 per square foot, even though it's only assessed at $1.2 million, and it's time adjusted at $1,408,000. I just say you can't compare these houses. 12 Ruskin Row is a completely different house, clearly well-maintained, clearly updated. Look at the kitchen, look at the washrooms, look at the house as a whole, and it's almost 2,000 square feet smaller, so economies of scale are gonna start to come into this. 6 Ruskin Row, you've got some photos attached. It sells for $144 a square foot, even time adjusted, it comes to $153. 225 Dromore at 4,799 square feet is a substantially smaller house, and so I didn't give it a lot of influence. The assessor says 12 Ruskin Row is his best comparable. Well, it's the nicest house without question, but I don't think it's the best comparable to the subject. I think the best comparable to the subject are 514 Wellington and 6 Ruskin Row from a size perspective. I think the value of this house should be in the range of about $155 a square foot, which would reflect a value of $1,134,000. I think I am being quite reasonable in saying that, indeed perhaps even generous, but that's what I'm suggesting the value should be. Subject to questions, those are my submissions.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Cuthbert?
$155 a foot. So 514 Wellington Crescent, those photos, you said you got them off of a video?
No, 12 Ruskin's off the video.
514 Wellington,
It's
where'd you get?
offline.
Offline, you got
Yeah,
those?
yeah.
Okay. Can you speak at all to the condition of the foundation or the structure of the house for 514 Wellington?
I cannot.
You cannot, okay. Can you speak to the condition of the foundation or the structure of the subject property?
Well, we were down there, and I know the owner repeated to you probably 7 or 8 times that it's a solid house. And it is clear that we didn't see much evidence of cracking, but it's not watertight because we do see a fair bit of evidence of leakage. He also expressed concerns about the roof and the fact that it's a slate roof and he fears needs to be redone, and there's very limited people who do that, and it will be very, very expensive.
We were speaking about Hansard, you mentioned lot size often being a disqualifying factor for properties being comparable or not. And your $155 a square foot, did you make any adjustment for the superior lot size for comparables 3 and 4 to the subject? Or are you basing this primarily off of 514 Wellington?
In my view, 514 Wellington is the best comparable in terms of location and size of lot and size of home. 6 Ruskin is a smaller lot, obviously, and it's a slightly smaller home. It brackets, it's the best we've got, but I did not make an upward adjustment to the lot size, or to 6 Ruskin by virtue of the lot size.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Ivan?
No questions.
Laurie, questions of Mr. Newman?
Just one quick question. So your proposal to reduce the assessment is based primarily on the condition of the house?
2 things. It's based on the condition of the house, but it's also based on what the comparables at 514 Wellington and 6 Ruskin sold at. It's the combination of those things.
Okay, thank you.
Did you, are there any comparables in your brief here? Did you
No,
submit?
I worked off the same comparables.
Is that because there's very few sales, hard to find comparables in that area?
There are sales, but again, you've got the combination of the large lot and the large square footage in this area, so, you know, as you go to some of the other streets, the Dromores, the Yales, the Harvards, you get smaller lots, and you get 2.5-story homes, which may well be 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, but you don't have the large lots and the large square footage that you get with these.
Okay. In the pictures of the subject, did you show any pictures of the staircase?
I don't.
Because you had, on the comparables, you had
Yeah.
shown us pictures of these nice, beautiful staircases, and I'm wondering what kind of staircase the subject
Yeah.
property has.
And I'm gonna show you. Because that's my bad for not putting one in. Maybe I didn't take one, maybe that's why I didn't show it to you. I can say this to you, it does not look like the staircase at 12 Ruskin. And, I mean, it's got a wood banister. It does not have woodwork the way 514 has all around the staircase there. That's what I can say to you. I don't have a photo, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Did you say that the knob and tube wiring had been removed from this house?
No, the assessor talked about knob and tube, I think in the context of 12 Ruskin. Correct.
That's all my questions. I'd like a summation, Mr. Hupfer.
Again, I would just like to point out that 514 Wellington was constructed, all the information that I've seen, I've read about this property, it was purchased with the intention of taking the house down. So this $1.25 million sale price represents the value of the lot. This time adjusted sale price per square foot doesn't reflect the sale price of the property. Or for the home, I should say.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, anything to?
No, you've heard me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. I think we'll take a 5-minute break. I call the meeting back to order, and we will begin with 125 Chataway Boulevard.
Parcel ID number.
Would you like to swear in, or?
Yes.
Could you please state your name?
Les Sitkowski.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Do you have any evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kupfer, whenever you're ready.
125 Chataway Boulevard, parcel ID number 10003224000. It's in the Old Tuxedo neighborhood. It is a 2-story dwelling constructed in 2013, 3,402 square foot living area, a full park area basement, no basement finish, 2 full bathrooms, a half bathroom and 2 showers. It has central air conditioning, 2 fireplaces, an attached multi-garage, an assessed lot size of 8,196 square feet with a commercial adjacent influence. comparables 1 through 3 are all in the Old Tuxedo area as well, all two-story dwellings. Comparable number 1, constructed in 2015, a living area of 3,189 square feet, full basement with basement finish, 3 full bathrooms and 1 half bathroom with a shower. It has central air, 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage, and a similar lot size to the subject at 8,187 square feet. Comparable number 2, it's constructed in 1966, but has been well upgraded, has an effective age of 2006. 3,035 square foot living area, full basement with basement finish, 2 full bathrooms, 3 half bathrooms with showers. It has central air, 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage, assessed lot size of 9,744 square feet. And our last comparable, number 3, 206 Lamont Boulevard, was constructed in 1984. It's a 4,192 square foot living area, full part area basement similar to the subject. It has some basement finish, 3 full bathrooms, 2 half bathrooms with 3 showers. Central air conditioning, 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage. It's on a larger lot, 12,994 square feet, which is an internal corner. Time adjusted sale prices range from a low of $1,099,000 to a high of $1.524 million. Or time adjusted sale price per square foot, a low of $262.17 for 206 Lamont, to a high of $477.89 for 132 Chataway. The subject's 2020 assessment is $1.359 million, or $399.47 per square feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sikowski, do you have any questions of?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cook. Out of your 3 comparables, which one do you think is the most comparable to the subject property?
Based on the year built, the size and the location, I would say 132 Chataway is the closest, as well as the lot size being fairly similar.
Now, that particular home is located on the opposite side of the street, I believe, is that correct?
Correct.
And on that side of the street, there are no influences, as I understand, right, compared to the subject property.
Correct.
Okay, and so you also note in your brief that there's a commercial influence. What type of influence is that?
So commercial might be a little bit misleading. It's not a factory or anything. You'll see on the map, I think we categorize it as row housing. It looks like 4 unit dwellings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4 behind the subject.
That's part of the condo complex located at 1800 Wellington Crescent, if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken.
Okay.
Is that correct? So there are many condo units in that complex. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Would that have an impact on the value of the property that's located right behind that particular complex?
It would.
Have you driven by this property, or have you been inside this property?
I haven't been inside. I did drive by, and after speaking to you on the phone, I went down both back lanes as well.
You went down the back lane, and you noted that the back lane behind this particular property has full ruts. It's not a typical type of back lane that you would find in most residential areas.
It could use some work. I drove down there pretty slowly, yes.
Okay. Would that have an impact on the property?
It could, yes.
Now, with respect to the subject property, it is contemporary style of home, is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, contemporary style of homes, is there a huge market, or is there a big, sizable market for that type of home compared to more traditional homes?
I would describe it as a limited market either way, whether it's contemporary or traditional.
So you're not familiar as to whether there is some lower value when it comes to looking at a more contemporary type of home?
I don't believe so, no.
I don't believe so.
No.
Okay, what about, in this particular instance, there is the basement, it's not a full basement, it's a combination of full and part-time basement, would that detract from value?
Absolutely.
Again, just referring back to the, to your comparable at 132 Chataway, the cladding on that particular home, is that Tittlestone or is that stucco? What type of cladding is on there, do you know?
Combination of stone and stucco, as read by the MLS listing.
Stucco on the back walls and stone on the front wall?
It appears so, yes.
Now, would, and the subject property is all stucco, I believe, right?
I cannot determine 100% from this photo.
But you did go by the property, right?
I did, yeah.
And did you notice that it was stuccoed?
It is, yeah, we do have it as stucco.
Okay, so what would that say to the value of the property with stucco? The fact that the property has stucco on it as opposed to stonework, would that affect the value of the property?
Yeah, I believe stone would be considered superior to full stucco.
So in this instance, we have the back lane that you had inspected, that you had driven by, and we have the fact that we have condominium complex just across from the back lane, the fact that this particular home has a full and part foundation, the fact that it has only stucco. And I also wanted to ask you, in terms of the type of roof that this particular property has, it has a flat roof, as you know.
Yes?
Would that detract from the value as opposed to a regular roof?
I can't say whether it would or not, to be honest, Les. I don't know if that's a plus or a negative. I think that's more the contemporary style, as you stated the home is, having the flatter roof. I can't say whether it be a plus or minus specifically for value.
All right, those are my questions.
Thank you. Laurie, any questions of the
I have no
assessment?
questions at this time, thank you.
I have no questions.
Those condos at the rear, are those the ones that they come out to Wellington Crescent? You enter off Wellington Crescent, is that the ones I'm thinking of?
Yeah, are you talking about the condos? Yes, that's what, 1800 Wellington Crescent. The entrance is from Wellington Crescent, yes.
Okay, they're sort of, how would you say, higher end condos, would you, yeah?
Higher than most, yeah.
Not low income?
They're single family homes that are, like you saw, I think they come in fourplexes.
Yes.
There are four single family homes that are attached to each other.
Yes, I can see the picture, and I know those, I'm familiar with those. Okay, so we have some comparables. So this is infill, similar to one of the properties we had earlier?
Correct.
Like,
Yeah.
most of the housing in the area is older.
Yes. Priority was given to other infill newer homes.
Right, so the comparable number one is really in that same time range. The comparable number one is more of a more traditional home, whereas the subject property is, how do we term it, contemporary?
Yeah, as Mr. Zitko said, it was designed in a more contemporary style, 132 Chataway. Like we discussed preview, I think I described it more, but the McMansion kind of built, it's infill, but it's built to look more like a classic style mansion of that area.
And Mr. Buss, I'll be submitting pictures of the subject property and the comparable across the street, so.
Okay, very
that might
good.
help you.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, and if you would like to take us through your information.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to be referring to my brief, and it's composed of 4 pages. The first page is the sales report, comparable sales report. And so my comparables that I use are located nearby at 206 Garden and 206 Lamont. And both of those properties sold for around 200. One sold for $265 per square foot, one sold for $262. And albeit they're older than the subject property. One is, 206 Durkin was built in 1926, and Lamont was built in 1984. And I wanted to show you, in addition to the comparables that Mr. Kupfer provided us with, I wanted to show you the comparables that of homes that sold near the subject property as well. Now, with respect to the subject property, if you take a look at page 2 of my presentation, you'll note that it's as had been described in, previously. It looks like a box. It's a box, very, very contemporary style home. And I should note, one of the reasons why I asked you whether contemporary homes the market for contemporary homes might be maybe less than for other type of homes. I wanted your opinion on it, because I know that it is. As a home builder, I build homes as well. I know that it's not very easy to sell this type of home, a contemporary style home, particularly one that looks like this, like a box with a flat roof. It's only, as you can see, it's stucco. Also, I wanted to present to you evidence of what the back lane looks like, and that's on page 3 of my presentation. And on this, this picture's taken looking southward. So on the left side is the condo complex, and on the right side homes that are located on Chataway Boulevard. And you could see the this picture was taken, I believe, like last week sometime. After we rained quite a bit, so you could see all the water pooling in the back lane. And the third picture in my presentation is the comparable located across the street at 132 Chataway. You'll note that is one of the comparables that Mr. Kupfer used, and you'll notice what a huge difference between the two homes. The home across the street is much more traditional type of home compared to the subject property. It is clad with tyndall stone. The whole front face has tyndall stone. And the way we construct homes in the city of Winnipeg or Manitoba is usually the front, of course, is clad with stone or brick, and the sides and back are clad with siding. So this one, as you can see, has stone on the front facade. The subject stucco, and not only on the front facade, but of course backs in the side. Flat roof is much harder to maintain a home with a flat roof. And honestly, the market for that type of home is very limited in the city of Winnipeg. So, what do we have going against this particular home? In my opinion, again, as a home builder, contemporary style homes have a very limited market. We have the fact that it has a part foundation, the fact that it doesn't have stone or brick cladding, that reduces the value of the home, and Mr. Kupfer actually did agree to that. The fact that the back lane seems to be rutted, it's not easy. I tried to drive. I drove down that back lane several times. Maybe a little bit higher speed, higher than maybe I should have driven down the back lane, but it was impossible. I tried because of the ruts in the back lane. The fact that there's a condominium complex across the back lane diminishes value of properties that are backing onto that complex. So, in short, currently it's assessed just shy of $400 per square foot, this particular property. I'm asking for a reduction to $1,157,000, and that would be based on $340 per square foot. And that, in my opinion, would take into consideration all the things that this particular home has going against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Comfort, do you have any questions of the applicant, Mr. Sikowski?
Stated, I drove down the back lane after we spoke on the phone. Did you include a picture of the other back lane, the one with the comparable?
You know what, I didn't, because there was nothing, I didn't see anything wrong with that particular back lane. It was a pretty normal back lane, in my opinion.
So 206 Girton, can you give us any information about that comparable? It was built in 1926. Is there an MLS listing or anything with it, so we can kind of see how it compares to the subject?
No, this information I obtained from the assessment site, from the Winnipeg assessment department site.
Okay. It's kind of tough to say whether it's been updated to a 2013.
No,
level
and
subject.
again, these two comparables sold, as I said, just around the 260 some odd mark, and I don't think they're too comparable. I just wanted to, just to provide the board information that there are homes that sold in the 260 per square foot range. And I'm not saying that the subject should be assessed at the 260. I'm saying that it should be assessed around the 340. Because it's a much newer home, but it has many things going against it.
Okay. Do you know what the construction value for the home was back in 2013 when it was built?
No, I don't.
It wasn't your company who built it?
No.
Okay.
I should add though that when we take out a permit and we provide the city with a number that we think is the correct number for the particular home, that doesn't necessarily mean that is that the market will maintain that particular cost of construction.
Yeah.
Quite often cost of construction is much higher than what the market will bear.
Indeed. Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Lori, questions of Mr. Sikowski?
Yes, I have a question. So you're asking for a reduction of $202,000, like in total quantum, or $59.47 a square foot. So, in terms of what the assessor presented earlier, it would appear that the land influence of the condos has been taken into account, because he notes that it's commercial adjacent and explained that. So what are you basing the reduction of the 202 on?
Well, there are a combination of factors. The front facade, for example, is lacking stonework, and that the stonework, for example, that you see on the home across the street, the cost of putting up something like that would be maybe $45,000, $50,000. The fact that the home is of a contemporary design, that limits the market. That limits the market to a very, very small amount. The fact that it has a flat roof, which is very high, very hard, much harder to maintain that type of roof. The fact that it has a combination of a full and part basement, that would detract from the value. The fact that when you look at the back lane and the shape that's it, that would detract from the value as well. So I'm using a combination of all of those items.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
Question, obviously that 400,000 was property or an old building that was put down when they built the place?
Well, normally, if it's an infill home, that's normally what happens is you purchase a home, tear it down, of course.
So there's no evidence of what it costs to put that building up, or? what it-
I haven't seen a permit, no, so I'm not sure.
Well, there must have been a previous assessment too, since 2013.
Okay, but I'm sure there was, but I'm not sure how that would be relevant to the current assessment. I'm sure maybe you could
Yeah,
explain that to me.
that's fine. No further questions.
Thank you. On the picture, so you're saying that the gray and the white areas, that's stucco?
That's stucco,
Okay.
yes.
And this darker area on the left side, is that
That's a looks like
Glass?
it's a glass window, yes.
Florida?
Yeah,
So this is I'm saying two-story
it's a two-story one, yes.
two-story dwelling? Okay. Okay, so, and your comparables, one of them is the same as the assessors, I believe, right? The 206 Lamont. So basically, it's the 132 Chataway is the similar age
Well,
type thing.
In terms of age, but that's all, that's very similar
Yeah,
to the subject.
You've told us about that already. Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
coming. Summation, would you like to say, add anything, Mr. Cumberland?
Again, comparable one, similar age, similar size, similar proximity, similar lot size. As the appellant stated, you could argue that the back lane and the facade make it slightly inferior, and the fact that it doesn't have a full basement. The 2020 assessment's price per square foot is about $78 a square foot lower than the time adjusted sale price for comparable one, and I think that accounts for the inferiorities that were noted by Mr. Sikowski.
Thank you. Mr. Sikowski?
No, I don't have anything further to add other than
Okay.
what was said earlier.
Very good. Thank you for coming, and leave it with us, and you'll hear from the secretary in due time. Okay, and the next property will be 14 Dumfries Place.
Would you like to swear in, or could you please state your name?
Jared Story?
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Do you have evidence?
I do. Okay, 14 votes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Okay, Mr. Comfort, whenever you're ready, please.
14 Dumfries Place, parcel ID number 10003339600. It's in the South Tuxedo neighborhood area. It's a two-story single dwelling constructed in 1989, 2,534 square foot living area. It's a full basement with basement finish, 2 full bathrooms, 2 half bathrooms with 1 shower, central air conditioning, 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage, an assessed lot size of 11,526 square feet. Comparables 1 through 4 are all in the South Tuxedo area. They are all two-story dwellings, all constructed between 1983 and 1989. Comparable number 1 is a living area of 2,799 square feet. Again, full basement with basement finish, 2 full bathrooms, 2 half bathrooms with 2 showers, central air conditioning, 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage. Similar lot size, 12,204 square feet. Comparable number 2, 105 Hopwood Drive, 2,562 square foot living area, again with the full basement with basement finish. 1 full bath with 2 half baths with 2 showers. Central air conditioning, 1 fireplace, attached multi-garage, and this one has a pool. Assessed lot size of 9,610 square feet. 628 Holland, living area 2,564 square feet. Full basement with no basement finish. 2 full bathrooms, 1 half bathroom with a shower. Central air conditioning, 1 fireplace, attached multi-garage, and an assessed lot size of 8,992 square feet. And comparable number 4, 74 Dunbar Crescent, 2,554 square foot living area, full basement with no basement finish, 2 full bathrooms, 1 half bathroom, central air conditioning, 3 fireplaces, attached multi-garage, it's on a 10,393 square foot lot on an external corner. Time adjusted sale prices range from a low of $727,000 to a high of $790,400, or a time adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from $281.71 to $309.48. The subject property's 2020 assessment is currently set at $736,000 or $290.45 per square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Story, do you have questions of the assessor?
Yes, I do, thank you. Okay, so when the original assessment was created for this property, are these the comps that that were automatically generated by the model?
Are these the comparables that are automatically generated by the model? Yes, these comparables were automatically generated by the model.
Okay, so you didn't pick these yourself?
Pardon?
You didn't choose these yourself?
Oh yes, I chose them. The model will generate dozens and dozens and
Oh,
dozens of
and you
comparables.
choose.
We bring 3 to 4 to bring to the hearing.
Okay. So I noticed that comp number 3, that is a pool, correct?
Column number 2 has a pool.
I'm sorry, comp number 2. Now, may I ask why you chose a property that has a pool when the subject doesn't have a pool, none of the other comps have a pool?
Simply because all the other characteristics match on with the subject.
Okay, so was this the only comp that you could have picked and you were sort of in a pinch and had to pick one with a pool where, just it seems odd to pick a comp with a pool when the subject doesn't have a pool. It just seems like an odd choice, no?
No, priority is usually given to homes with a similar age, similar size, and above all else, honestly, public listings help a lot. That way we can identify what's been upgraded,
So
what
would you
hasn't been upgraded.
say the pool adds some value to comp 2?
Yeah, the pool would add some value to comp 2.
Okay. Any idea what a pool might add?
It's tough to say because I don't even know the size. 1 second, see if I can find the listing. Let's see the size of the pool. No, I don't have an estimate for value
Okay.
for the pool.
So, it might be safe to say that the comp 2 is superior to our subject, yet its sale price is lower than the assessed value of our subject, correct?
Having a pool might make it more attractive to some people, yes, but there are other aspects that make it inferior to the subject, such as the age of the home.
It's 2 years older.
Correct.
Do you think that makes a material difference in the market?
It can.
2 years?
Sure.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, moving on to, let's look at comp 1. Now, I could not find comp 1 on the MLS. Could you tell me anything about this sale? Was it an arm's length sale, non-arm's length sale? Any details that you have would be helpful.
No, I don't have many details on this one,
So we
unfortunately.
can't verify really anything about the sale, what was included, any creative financing, maybe it sold from one family member to the other, anything like that?
No, I can tell you it wasn't an associated sale, actually, or else it would have been kicked from our model and it would have been used.
But it wasn't on MLS.
But it wasn't on MLS.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move over to, I'm sort of, I'm interested in the sale in Hopwood. I dug into it. And, are you aware that there's a full kitchen of stainless steel decor appliances included with this sale?
Stainless steel appliances being the fridge, the stove,
Well, it's interesting
microwave.
that they're decor. There's only one place in Winnipeg that sells them, it's Stalwarts, down on Wellington by the airport.
Mhm.
So I called them, and I think in that MLS, you'll see a listing for a 32 burner dual fuel gas range. It's in the MLS.
Including a 6-burner dual fuel range.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what that's worth?
Nope.
You'd be surprised if I told you that's a $15,000 range?
No, that wouldn't surprise me.
So there's a full kitchen of decor custom appliances. Okay, fair enough. We also have a renovation in that property, correct? As well as a 4-season sunroom.
Correct.
Okay. So would you say that that property is superior to our subject, inferior, or directly comparable?
I would say there are aspects of it that are superior, yes.
Okay, and it sold for $277 a square foot, and we're assessed at $290, despite the fact that we can all agree that it's a superior property, correct?
Again, some aspects of it are superior. Again, the lot is almost
Okay.
2,000 square feet smaller, so there are aspects that are also inferior.
Fair enough. Okay, let's move on to Dunbar. Now, this is an interesting property. When you were researching this sale, was there anything atypical that you noticed about it?
Dunbar. I would not describe it as a typical house.
Okay, but is there anything, well, okay, here's what I'm getting at. There's a sale, the sale that you've noted here for $788,000, correct? Are you aware that there's a sale less than a year later for $1.3 million?
Okay.
So this was an investment. This was purchased to flip, so to speak.
Okay.
Okay, so do we know what happened between those sales in terms of what they had to put into it to achieve it? Because it's pretty nice. They bought it for $788,000 and then they turned around and sold it for $1.3 million. So that doesn't seem like a typical residential sale, does it?
Was the second sale after April 1st, 2018?
No, it was within the reference period.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, what was done to it?
okay. Pardon me?
What was done to it in between?
Well, they put copper roofs on, they've done all kinds of renos. It's all in the MLS.
So you're saying the sale at $788,000 reflects the home in
Well, I'm
a,
just saying that what they were buying there was an opportunity to make $500,000. So they may have been motivated, and the reason why that's a material issue to me is because we're at $308 a square foot. That's completely atypical of all the other sales that we're seeing. We're seeing everything else in and around the sales that I'm seeing are $250, $265, $270 a square foot.
Okay.
So 308 would be completely atypical, and I just wonder if you took into account the fact that that was a motivated purchase in terms of an investment property that was going to be brought back on the market to realize a high resale value.
no, but I can note that the days on market on MLS was only 3. However, it's sold for about $60,000 less than the listing price, so that would indicate that they were motivated to sell it quickly.
Okay. So it would be atypical versus these other sales. That's to be certain. Fair enough. Now, one last question. On 628 Holland, I see that the year built was 1988, right? Which is close to ours. Now, you've just said that 2 years makes a material difference. I'm not in agreement with that, but I do see that an effective age of 1998 versus an effective year built of 1980. So 1988 to 1990, something had to have happened there. Some permitted work must have happened there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell the board and I what happened to that house in that period?
I can tell you from the MLS listing, executive style home underwent a massive renovation from top to bottom and ready for your family to enjoy. over 2,700 square feet, 2-story with Class 6 central hall layout. There's plenty of room to entertain. And then where are the renovations? They list bathroom, flooring, furnace, kitchen, and other.
Put in quartz countertops, right? To get the granite, put in quartz, custom deck. What was it listed at?
$749,900.
And what did it sell for, please?
$740.
Correct, okay. So that, after a full reno, that house sold for $288 a square foot, or $740,000. And that's July of 17, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, comp 3, one second. Okay, no, those are my questions, thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
I have no questions at this time, thanks.
No questions at this time.
Excuse me, Mr. Story was saying something about the resale at 74 Dunbar. Do you have a sale after the February 2018?
A second sale for this property.
Yeah, he was saying that it had fixed up, something had flipped for $1 million something.
Mr. Story stated that the home had been resold, I believe, within the reference period for 1.1 million something.
Yeah, do you have any information on
I
that
don't have
sale?
that listing
You
printed
don't
out,
have that?
unfortunately, no. Do you know if it was a public sale, Jared?
I believe it was. You know what, then I may have misspoken, it may not have been within the reference period, but this purchase happens with the intent to conclude that
Okay,
sale, that
because I
renovation
believe
sale.
there's a reference period, April
April
1st,
1,
2018.
Correct.
Yeah,
So if they bought it in February of 2018, it's hardly unlikely that they could have
Yeah.
renovated it enough and sold it by April 1st.
fair enough, but with the
Okay.
benefit of hindsight, we can see that sale is artificially high and it jumped out.
That's all right, I'm questioning the assessor now, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
So number 1, 46 Billingham Place, is that in a similar area? Go to your maps. Billingham, Holland. How do you say that your comparables, the subject properties location in comparison to the 4 sales? Is it equal, better than the sum? Any opinions?
Only that comparable number 1 might experience a bit of a traffic influence from Shaftesbury. It looks like it's 2 removed from the road there. Other than that, I would say they're relatively comparable.
Okay.
The subject, obviously being on a cul-de-sac there, has the larger lot, bigger backyard, as you can see by the shape of the house in the map.
Would there be, I see comparable 2 and 3 anyway, are a couple thousand square feet smaller than the subject property's lot. Does that have an effect on value?
Having a larger backyard is desirable unless you're really against cutting the lawn.
Okay. At 74 Dunbar Crescent, you're showing as a corner.
It is a corner lot, however, it's not a particularly busy street, Andover Avenue. It's a little cut through kind of between Park Boulevard there and Coleraine. So it would be a minor negative influence.
Okay, thank you, that's all my questions. Mr. Story, if you would like to take us through your...
Thank you. Okay, 14 Dumfries. We have a home that was built in 1989. This is in South Tuxedo. 2 stories, 2,534 square feet of living area. No positive site influences are acting upon the subject property. And the city is suggesting an assessment for the 2020 realty cycle of $736,000, which equates to $290 per square foot. And we are here to request that the board revise that assessment to $684,000 per square foot, which equates to $270 per per square, I'm sorry, $270 per square foot for a total quantity of $684,000. Okay, so we're on an interior lot on a cul-de-sac. The lot area is 11,526 square feet. And I've attached a comparable sales table that is on page 6 of my brief. And that's for the exercise of coming to a fair market value for the subject property. All comparables are similar with respect to age and living area. This summary includes 7 comparable sales. The first 3 comps have been selected by Altus, while the last 4 comps are generated by the City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department's Mass Appraisal Modeling System. Please note that we are in agreement with the Assessment Department regarding 2 of their comps. That's 121 Hopwood. I thought we had 121 Hopwood, but I may be mistaken. Oh, you know what I think what happened here is the when we get the auto comps prior to the hearing. Now Nathan was gracious and provided his comps. When we get the initial comparables, that's sort of what we work with. So I'm working from the actual auto comps.
Okay.
2 of the ones that we agree with are 121 Hopwood and 26 Ambleside. And 26 Ambleside is that provided here today? Okay. So 121 Hopwood and 26 Ambleside, which were initially generated, we do agree with. Now, when taken together, these sales indicate an average time adjusted sale price of $269.14 per square foot. So we've applied a rate of $270 per square foot to the subject property. Now, comps 1 and 3, we were originally working with, which is 625 Holland and 46 Billingham. Holland has been omitted here, but Billingham is included. We're not found on MLS, so we can't verify the details of the sale. They're non-verifiable to us, so we have omitted them from our calculation of our study. Now, our comp at 74 Hopwood was ultimately deemed to be distorting the calculations as the living area was too high, and there was a distortion that was coming from economies of scale. I put them in the table for the sake of interest or discussion as comparables that were considered but ultimately discarded. So we would accordingly suggest that a value of no more than $270 per square foot be applied to the subject, which brings us to an indicated market value of the reference date of April 1, 2018 of $684,180, rounded to $684,000. Okay. And we're currently sitting in an assessment of $290.45. So if you come with me to my workup on page 6, you can see that we've gone through a number of sales. But I'll draw your attention down to my breakdown, highlighted in blue, average Altus sale price per square foot. You can see that with the comps that we've used, $261.62 is appropriate. And again, that's based on using 121 Hopwood and 26 Ambleside as the most comparable sales. Now, when you go down again to the line that says subject is assessed, you can see the average age of the comps is 1988. We were 1989. The average living area is 2,525 square feet. We're 2,534, difference of 9 feet. The lot size for the subject is higher, though it is somewhat irregular on an interior corner in a cul-de-sac, so the amount of usable space might be different based on the irregularity of the parcel. And then the average square footage price that we're looking at for our comps is $261.62. So we are accordingly suggesting a value of $270 per square foot. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cuthbert, do you have questions of Mr. Story?
Do you remember what the purchase price of the home was back in 2013 when the owners bought it?
2013?
Yeah.
No, I see that you have it here, but one thing that I can tell you by going through hundreds of sales in South Tuxedo and different areas of town, but particularly South Tuxedo, Old Tuxedo, and Wellington Crescent, is that there's not and this speaks to the idea of time-adjusted sales price, there's not a linear trajectory of value year over year. We see houses sell for less 1 year than they do 2 years later. The market is, it's more fluid. It's not, the way that we think about it is if it were a sure thing that everything was going to appreciate by 6% per year, then it'd be a pretty reasonable investment to just buy high value luxury homes and have a guaranteed return. But unfortunately, that's not the way the real world works. So I see that you have it here for 715, but I would suggest that sale is immaterial in terms of what we're talking about today, which is market value at April 1, 2018.
Well, you're suggesting based on your 684,000 here that the value of the property would have depreciated by $30,000 over the last 5 years?
It's not a depreciation. What we're doing is capturing a snapshot of an active market. We've got a home that's built in 1989. There is some obsolescence that comes as new product comes onto market. So are homes from 1989 more desirable now than they were? No, not particularly. In fact, that's quite the opposite. So $685,000, I believe, is supported, especially based on the purchase price. You see yourself at some of these homes that you have, the list price versus the sales price, plus the history of sales. You won't see a linear upward trajectory in terms of the sales year over year or sale after sale. It simply doesn't happen that way.
Going back to that 2013 listing, lists in terms of remodels, flooring, kitchen, and other remarks. Can you talk about the improvements that were made in this house? Have you been inside this house?
I've not been inside, but I've spoken to the owner, and I've conducted an exterior check on the subject, as well as my comps, as well as the initial comps that were provided. So I've checked all of them to ensure that they were comparable. The owner has said that nothing has been done since they purchased the home.
Okay. Any deficiencies, any issues with the house?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
No questions.
Laura?
Just a quick question, looking at the
Laura?
comp set, or I kind of like Laura better, so that's okay. Looking at the other comps, you had indicated that there were significant rentals done to number 3. Are you aware of number 1 and 2, given that your ask is for less than the sale price in 2013?
Okay, so again, comp 1 and 3, I didn't have on MLS, so I couldn't.
There was nothing there.
There's nothing there, but I can see that there was for comp 1, there was nothing on MLS, but on comp 3, I can see that there's a full renovation, and I think we've all agreed that it's far superior to the subject, and with a full reno, whereas ours has not been renovated. It seems appropriate that $270 per square foot be applied where there's 288 plus. The thing that I'd like to point out is that on comp 3, with that high sale price of $288 per square foot, we have an adjusted effective age of 10 years. So that means that something substantial had to have happened in that home to bring it to market and realize that higher end of value. And I'm suggesting that ours is nowhere near that, so I believe 270 is appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
I see from your picture of subject property, picture on page 7, and,
Yeah.
on page 3, subject property is on a cul-de-sac, sitting at the back of a cul-de-sac.
That's correct. Yeah.
It's well treed, etc. Are any of your comparables that you know of on cul-de-sacs?
On cul-de-sacs, good question. No, I don't believe they are on cul-de-sacs, but if you look at pages 8 and 9, I do have the
2 most comparable that I used, and I did account for the fact that ours is sort of on the higher end. It's got great curb appeal. It's a beautiful house, but it's not $290 per square foot. Now, if you look at comp on my page 8, that's 121 Hawkwood, and that's a comp that the city and I both agreed on.
Do we know where that is on
Hawkwood? I think it's safe to say it's mid-block. I don't know that it's it's not on an interior corner of a cul-de-sac, but it does have a 2-tier custom deck. It's got a hot tub, new windows. It's got a new furnace. professionally developed lower level landscape lot and grounds. And
Okay,
that's-
my question was if any of them were on cul-de-sacs.
No, but I think there are some trade-offs there that make them reasonably comparable, but no, to answer your question, I don't believe that they're on any, on cul-de-sacs.
Would you agree that cul-de-sac is more desirable than being on just a straight rectangular lot on the street?
Perhaps, and the assessor pointed out that I suppose it depends on how much you like tending to a lawn, and some people are looking for less maintenance, and some people are looking for more landscaped scenarios, so it comes down to taste at that point. But generally, I would say yes. So, but again, it comes down to taste.
That's all my questions. Summation, Mr. Cuthbert?
I believe I have presented a reasonable range, given my 4 comparables here. I don't think there's any one that I would say is an exact comparable. I think a fair assessed value is somewhere in that range where we are now.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that we've done a good job of looking at a couple of these outliers and saying that they're likely not appropriate, and the ones that have sold above the assessed value or my requested value are far superior. So given what we know about the market, a full rental sells for $277 a square foot. I think it's reasonable to say that a house that's not been significantly improved falls in the $270 per square foot range.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes 14 Dumfries. We go on to 23 Driscoll Crescent.
I have handouts for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cutler, if you're ready, you may proceed, please.
Subject property, 23 Driscoll Crescent, parcel ID number 1000-454-2600. It's a 2-story dwelling constructed in 1978, 2,332 square foot living area, full basement with basement finish, 2 full bathrooms and 1 half bathroom, no air conditioning, 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage, an assessed lot size of 15,690 square feet. Comparables 1 through 4 are all in the South Tuxedo area, all 2-story dwellings constructed between 1979 and 1989. Comparable 1, 121 Hopwood, has a living area of 2,449 square feet, full basement with basement finish, 2 full bathrooms, 1 half bathroom with a shower. It does have central air conditioning, 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage, 11,392 square foot lot size. It's on a bus route and has a commercial adjacent influence as well as medium traffic. 47 Newbury, 2,393 square feet, full basement, again with basement finish, 1 full bathroom, 3 half bathrooms and 2 showers. The home has central air conditioning, 1 fireplace, the attached multi-garage, It's on a smaller lot, 9,740 square feet. Comparable number 3, 105 Hopwood, 2,562 square feet. Again, with the full basement with basement finish, 1 full bathroom, 2 half bathrooms with showers, central air conditioning, 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage, a lot size of 9,610 square feet. And finally, comparable number 4, 46 Billingham Place, 2,799 square feet with fully finished basement, 2 full bathrooms, 2 half bathrooms with a shower. It does have air conditioning as well as a fireplace. Again, the attached multi-garage. This one's on a larger lot, 12,204 square feet. Our time-adjusted sale prices range from a low of $663,300 to a high of $788,500. Or time-adjusted sale price per square foot, $270.85 to a high of $285.96. Subject property 2020 assessment is set at $642,000, or price assessed value per square foot of $275.38. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Story, any questions of you? Thank you. Assessor's information.
Have you visited the subject property?
I haven't.
How about 121 Hopwood?
No, but I have an MLS listing for that
How
one.
about 47 Newberry?
No, but I have an MLS listing for that one.
105 Hopwood?
No, but I have an MLS listing.
46
for
Billingham?
that. No, and I do not have a listing for that.
Okay. Do you think it's valuable to visit these properties to get a sense of the neighborhood? for the purpose of this
Ideally, we
experiment?
would get to inspect every single home in the city, yes.
Okay, so, ideally, so it is better to visit the properties than to not visit the properties, correct?
Correct?
But you don't do it because workload or time constraints or something like that?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. Now, was I right in hearing that the subject has no air conditioning?
We have no air conditioning on the assessment record.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, now, 121 Hopwood. Is there anything you can tell me about that? Now, that sale is $269.50 a square foot, correct?
Unadjusted, yes.
Unadjusted, right, that's what somebody paid $660,000 for it. Now, can you tell me anything about what was done to it to bring it to market? Any upgrades, any renos that you're aware of?
I can.
Okay, can you tell us about them, please?
Updates include cork floors and granite counters in the kitchen, a high-efficiency furnace in 2008. The kitchen was 2010. Newer front-facing windows in
Right.
2012. A new hot water tank, and the roof in 2014.
New
is on
roof
this
in
list.
2014 as well, right?
Yeah.
And 2 granite counters, I believe the listing says, right? Is that correct?
Just says cork floors and granite counters.
Oh, okay. Maybe I read that off of the listing, but I have a note there. Okay, on to 47 Newberry. Now, this house was built in '79, which is great. That's close to our subject. Our subject was built in '78, but it has an effective age of 1990. So what gave rise to that?
As best as I can tell. Newer high-end carpets, in-floor heating in the ensuite bathroom, newly renovated main bathroom with heated floor, and a soaker tub with a glass shower. Finished basement is ideal as a nanny suite with direct entrance from the garage. Large rec living area, kitchen with stainless steel fridge and stove. Mostly new tri-pane windows in 2011, air conditioning in 2014, and looks like the furnace in 2014 as well.
Okay, so that's interesting. So you've just given us a list of substantial upgrades, and most of these happened in '16. The sale happened in '17, so we can assume that this home was prepped for sale, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what's interesting though is all of those, that laundry list of upgrades that you gave us, that's probably not permitted work, is it? You don't need a permit to put in a new bathtub, right?
My understanding is as long as you're not moving the plumbing, then
Right.
no, you wouldn't have.
Okay, so then you've given us a list of upgrades, but can you tell us what gave rise to this correction in effective age? Because it must have been something else, right?
Sales listings can often trigger a review by the department, which will
Okay.
result in the effective age being increased.
Okay, fair enough. So we can agree regardless that there have been substantial upgrades to bring this property to market so that it may achieve $277 per square foot. You mentioned the granny suite. I found that interesting. It was advertised as a potential income earner. Did you notice that? There's a separate entrance and a contained suite within the basement.
Direct from the garage. It
Direct
says.
from the garage, yeah, and it was advertised as an income earner. And to your knowledge, was that ever rented out as an income earner?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know either. It's just sort of an interesting thing. I wonder if somebody purchased it and maybe rented that suite out in the basement. Hard to say. Now this property has a custom patio with an outdoor wood burning fireplace and gazebo as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so would you say that this property is inferior, superior, or directly comparable with our subject?
I would say the house is superior and the lot is inferior.
Based solely on the size of the lot?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Is this a regular parcel, 47 Newbury, or is this irregular?
The shape of the lot?
Yeah.
Okay. 47 Newbury appears to be a regular shaped lot.
Regular?
Regular.
Okay, thanks. Now let's go to Hopwood. This is one we looked at in the last property. Oh, right, this is the one with the decor appliances, the tens of thousands of dollars in kitchen gear. And it has a pool.
Yes.
So again, I ask, what value are we going to consider, or how are we gonna, how do we square that circle where we have all these properties that don't have pools, but we throw one with a pool into the mix? How do we, is that to show us the highest possible end of the value range, or how do we sort of deal with that? Because we're at $277 a square foot. I mean, surely it's a superior property to our subject, but the assessed value on ours is $275 when this supremely superior home with a pool sold for $277. So why are we even including this? I suppose I'm asking.
These were the best comparables that I was able to find in relation to the subject
Okay.
property.
Now, you've also said that 2 years makes a difference, but this is 9 years. Our property's 9 years older, almost 10 years older. That should factor into the opinion of value as well, should it not?
Yes.
Okay, and 46 Billingham was not on MLS.
Correct.
Okay, so it's safe to say we can't verify any of the details of that sale. We don't know who the purchaser was, who the seller was. We don't know anything about the financing. We don't know if it was arm's length or not arm's length. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, questions?
Yes, a question on the subject property. Can you tell me what is recorded on in your assessment records in terms of interior and exterior? Like, is it fair, average?
It should be average. Average, no effective age, no recent sales, no recent listings, no recent information.
So that's average, interior, exterior. So listening to your outlining what's on the MLS for comp 1 and 2, if you don't have what's reported on the assessment roll, how would you place the interior and exterior? Average, or would it be something else based on what you were reading to us?
So the qualitative variables we use, the average, good, fair, typically we'll tend to try and keep them as average, and we'll look to adjust the effective age when properties undergo those types of renovations. Like I said, Mr. Story, permits and sales are our main ways of updating the property records and looking at adjusting that effective age. So because the house, the subject property, 23 Driscoll's, no recent sales, no recent permits, no recent information, the effective page hasn't been changed or adjusted for that property.
So number one, the MLS indicated things like granite furnace, newer windows, roof, hot water, etc. So is that still deemed average?
It would still be deemed average, but I believe the effective age would need to be increased to account for those upgrades. It just hasn't yet.
Which would make it newer, more than 10 years newer than the subject?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. I mean, we've been using average per square foot. Did you ever consider the kind of materials that's used in building a similar house, or is it strictly off the sales?
We can. Again, that's where something above average might come into play. It's pretty rare. And I would say that's where we typically end up with a range of prices, somewhere in that $10 to $15 square foot variation based on how well it's been finished on the inside or how well it shows on the inside. What level of finishings was used, yeah.
That's all I have.
I think Mr. Story asked if you had inspected the property. You said no. Did you drive by the subject property?
Unfortunately, no, I didn't have a chance to.
I see from your map, subject property would be probably the more desirable location of the
I would say so.
comparables.
Backing onto Taylor or being that close to Shaftesbury, I wouldn't say is being desirable.
Shaftesbury is a reasonably busy street, isn't it?
It is, yeah, as well as Taylor Avenue. And then as you can also see by the map, it has an irregular shaped backyard. It's a large lot, so similar to what we were discussing last time, generally it would be considered more desirable.
Because otherwise your comparables are, they're all a little bit different. 1986, and then there's the one that has an age variant, and then 87 and 89. What do you think is the?
Well, sometimes we luck in and we find apples and apples, and sometimes we get a bit of a range based on things that we have to adjust for. As Mr. Story keeps pointing out, we have a comparable with a pool because it's the best we've got, unfortunately, for this assessment cycle and these comparables.
Okay. Is one better than the other, or?
I would say each one has certain things that make it inferior and certain things that make it superior between the level of finishings, the size and the location of the lands. But I think I've presented a fairly tight grouping and range of sales, which demonstrates where that value should be.
Good. Thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Story, if you'd like to take us through your information.
Yes. Okay, 23 Driscoll Crescent. So we've got the original owner in the original condition, 1978. This is a home in South Tuxedo, 2 stories. No positive influence acting upon the property. The City of Winnipeg is suggesting a 2020 realty assessment of $642,000, which equates to $275 per square foot. And we are here to ask that we perform a site-specific analysis on this property and amend the value to $595,000 or $255 per square foot. Now, an important point that we'll come up with this property is the large lot size. Now, if you go to page 2 of my brief, you can see the subject. Now, that's an irregular lot, and in the city's breakdown of the property, it doesn't have a interior corner influence, which would be typical of an interior corner with a large lot like this. So I think that on some level, somebody has realized that there's a distortion in terms of the amount of usable space. So it is a large lot, but I would caution that we look at that as though it's irregular and maybe somewhat overstated. So, okay. So again, I've attached a comparable sales table for the purpose of coming to a fair market value for the subject. And all the comparables are generally similar with respect to age and living area. Keep in mind we have a reasonably small living area versus a larger lot, and I would suggest that the market is more interested in living area than they are in lot size. So our summary identifies 7 comparable sales. The first 3 were selected by Altus, the last 4 were selected by the City of Winnipeg. And we are in agreement with 121 Hawkwood. So we have included that in our study as well. We feel that Hawkwood is superior in terms of finish and renovations, but we've included it to represent the higher end of the market range of renovated properties that go to market. But we must take into account that this is a non-renovated property. So again, have to try and compare apples to apples here, but sometimes we have to make adjustments, keep those differences at the top of mind. So when we take our sales table, we see an average indicated sale price of $262.36 per square foot, and a median sale price of $269.50 per square foot. Now, I'm going to go through my table and show you why we've done this, but we've applied a rate of $255 per square foot because this property has not been renovated, and we believe that it would sit at the lower end of our value range. So again, we're asking for $595,000 for the 2020 assessment. Now, if you follow me to page 4 of my brief, I've got my comparable table. Okay, so we have agreed with 121 Hawkwood, so we believe that it's the superior. Now it sold for $660,000 after being renovated. Comp number 1, now again, it has a pool, so it has to be, in our opinion, it has to be superior. It's going to achieve a higher sales price on the market, and it only sold for $230.98. Which is interesting, and if you go down to the bottom of that range in purple, you can see that the 2018 assessment for that property was $488,000, but after the sale it jumped 22%, which is odd. It was just an atypical thing that I noticed. As the subject sits, it's assessed at $275 per square foot, though the average of our sales, and 2 of them actually include pools. I'll point your attention actually to 31 Ramsgate. This is the best comp that I could find. It does have a large lot size. It's slightly superior in terms of living area, but not in a material way. The effective age is effectively the same. It's within 2 years. It's virtually, it's comparable in most ways, but it has a pool. So it would be superior in my mind, and it sold for $249.19. Now we do have to capture that some part of the market will desire a larger lot. So if our range is somewhere between, 249 and 262 or 269, somewhere in that range, then we believe that a value of $255 per square foot is wholly appropriate. So again, we're asking for $595,000 in total assessed value. If you come with me to page 7, you can have a look at the comp. See, it's a classic suburban style home, unimproved from 1978, on an irregular interior corner lot. And again, generally a smaller living area. 2,300 square feet is smaller than what we're seeing with most homes, but not by much, but it is worth mentioning, and on a larger lot. Now, page 8, this is 102 Hawkwood. You can see that's the comp 1 that we've used. From the MLS, it's an architecturally designed home. It's had one owner. It has a supersized great room with 15-foot ceilings and a family-sized kitchen. Double attached garage is tandem style, so it provides 4 indoor parking spaces, which is interesting because we have a 3-car garage, so I felt like this was a good comp in that respect. Bath on each level, many upgrades, reshingled roof in 17, an in-ground pool, and it's had the liner pump filter and heater replaced 5 years ago. Okay, page 9 is 121 Hopwood, and this is one we keep coming back to. Now, this would be superior to our subject. It sold for $269.50, but is assessed at $260 and 50 cents per square foot. And from the MLS, the write-up says that this is a custom-built home by the current owners. There's a beautiful oak staircase, 4 bedrooms upstairs, additional main floor bedroom, doubles as in a home office. And again, we have cork floors, granite counters from 2010, high-efficiency furnace from 2008, front-facing windows in 2012, a 60-gallon hot water tank in 2016, and a new roof in 2014. Okay, come with me to page 10, please. This is the comp that I'm suggesting is our most comparable. This is 31 Ramsgate. Now, it sold for $249 per square foot, but is assessed at $264.59. And I've put the most weight on this comp to develop the rate of $255 per square foot, again capturing the larger lot size that may be desirable to some market participants. 31 Ramsgate from the MLS. It says that it's more than immaculate, perfectly maintained, approximately 2,490 square feet, 3+ bedrooms, 4 baths, 4 fireplaces, gorgeous traditional layout, extra large granite stainless steel kitchen, professionally landscaped grounds, and recently redone 18x36 loaded and ground pool. Character main level family room with reclaimed brick fireplace and a unique hidden wet bar. Spacious master bedroom with remodeled air-jet whirlpool and private gas fireplace. Now this is interesting. Over $100,000 recently invested in windows, granite kitchens and baths, shingles, furnace, central air. Super private, Shelmerdine, developed the extra deep 148 foot backyard, oversized insulated and drywalled garage, unistone drive, and custom wraparound deck. I would suggest that this is far superior, but is the most comparable based on what we have to work with. It sold for $249, and I'm suggesting $255 per square foot. Now we can look at the city's comp number 2 at 47 Newberry on page 11, please. I'm suggesting that this home is superior to ours. It sold for $277.89 and is assessed at $260 per square foot. The MLS says that it's a prestigious South Tuxedo location, beautiful brickwork and new shingles, 16-foot ceilings, open staircase, hardwoods toward the main floor, living room opens to the dining room, renovated kitchen has quartz counters, newer stainless steel appliances, stunning eat-in area surrounded by windows. We have a family room with a ledge stone fireplace, custom wet bar and patio doors to patio, an office, 2-piece bath, 3-season sunroom. I mean, really, the list goes on. So it's clear that this is a superior property to ours, and it's assessed at $260. It's sold for $277. It supports our valuation of $255 per square foot. And yes, and now we have 105 Hopwood. This is sort of an odd one. It's clearly superior to ours. It's sold for $277, but is somehow assessed at $305 per square foot. Just to show you that sometimes the modeling doesn't capture the actual market value and gets distorted. The MLS says about 105 Hopwood. This is a beautiful, well-built 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2,562 square foot executive 2-story on a quiet bay, desirable street in South Tuxedo. Open floor plan, 4-season sunroom, extensive upgrades including a gourmet kitchen with maple cabinetry, granite countertops, a large island with seating and second sink. This is the one with our decor appliances, right? Again, and then a large in-ground kidney-shaped pool. So we're suggesting that is far superior and should not really be considered when we're looking at a home that hasn't been approved for sale from 1978, original owners, no air conditioning. Again, we asked for $255 per square foot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Cooper?
I'm not familiar with this 102 Hopwood. It's clearly your lowest comparable here. Yep. lists the lower level as having a large crawl space for storage.
Yeah.
Do you know, is it at partial basement only then?
I'm not sure, I haven't been inside it, I'm not sure, I just have what they,
If it has a large crawl space, that would mean that it doesn't have a full basement.
well, hold on, let's go back. No, it does have a basement, it has a finished basement. You can see on my comp.
Yeah, I'm asking how much of it is basement and how much of it is crawl space.
Oh, that I'm not sure, I haven't been inside
Okay.
of it, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But you're right, it did sell for $230 a square foot. Now, is that based on basement? I don't think so. The city listed it as having a finished basement, so.
The city lists basement finish, it just means that there is some basement finish.
Right.
What it won't list and what you'll see in our comp reports here, when it says full partial or full part basement, it means part of it is a full basement, part of it is a crawl space.
But it's not listed as full partial or partial. Basically, a basement is anything above 6 feet tall, correct?
Correct. It's
Okay.
just saying it has a large crawl space.
Right, you could have a crawl space in addition to a basement. I have a full basement in my home and I also have a crawl space.
Okay, have you been inside the subject property?
No, I haven't, but I've been outside all of them.
So constructed in 1978, you're telling me everything is original inside the house, including the
I'm saying
kitchen,
that there's been no upgrades according to the owner.
no upgrades according to the owner.
Correct.
Are the shingles from 1978?
I don't know. That's probably, I would imagine the effective life of a roof is probably 30 years or so.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised. I have an original roof from 1965 on my house, so who knows?
Okay. Okay, I have no other questions.
Okay. Laurie?
I have no questions,
No
thank you.
questions here either.
You didn't inspect the interior of your
Not the interior, no.
subject property? You think it would be important to have a look at the interior of the subject property?
Yeah, it would be beneficial, I suppose, but I have a sense of the interior. I know that it hasn't been renovated, so I know that it's true to its vintage.
Would you agree with me that the MLS listings, they tend to embellish a little bit? Because they're
Well, I
trying to
mean,
sell the property?
sure, there's some subjectivity, but then there's objectivity. So if they say that the room is beautiful, that's one thing, but it's quantifiable that the ceilings are 16 feet tall. It's quantifiable that they have a new, stainless steel appliances. So sure, there's some marketing language in there. The actual items that they're listing off are, they are what they are. There's not a lot of room for interpretation about a new hot water tank or a new roof.
Okay, and the one on Popwood, 121 Popwood, I think, is that one of your?
Yes, the 121, I believe that's the one that the assessor and I both used. And I've used it to represent the ultimate high end at $270 per square foot.
But that's the one that backs onto Busy Street. You're still thinking it's superior?
Back onto a busy street, it's got trees in the back, it's not exposed to the main
To
thoroughfare.
the elements?
No,
But it does back onto Taylor.
sure, but I think there's setbacks, there's attenuation that comes from fences and trees, so it's not, I don't think that it has it has a traffic, sure, okay, fair enough, yeah, it backs onto a busy street, but it's not,
So although
exposed to the
the house would be superior, would you agree that the subject property has a better location?
Maybe marginally, but I honestly think that the largeness of this lot and its actual functionality versus its size, I personally would find this to be a hindrance. Yeah, no, I think that because it's an irregular lot, that has to be taken into account. It's not 1,500 square feet of park-like setting, it's a jutting, irregular shape. So it's more yard to maintain with all the benefits of having a huge yard, that's what I would say.
Okay, and on your page 4 with your comps, 31 Ramsgate, you're saying is the best comparable.
I think
That-
so.
That has a pool. And
That's right.
You had said a couple of times already this morning that
A
a
pool
place with
commands
a pool wouldn't be very comparable.
No, I think that a pool commands, I wouldn't use a comp with a pool unless there was no other option. And again, this was a difficult one to find comps for. So what I'm suggesting is the fact that it has a pool would represent that it's on the higher end of the range of value. So, but no, I don't think in general it's appropriate to use a pool for properties that don't have them unless absolutely necessary. And then when you do, you have to factor that into your opinion.
I guess my question is, you called it your best comparable, that's why I'm questioning
Of
it.
what we have, it's the best comp, yeah.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you. Thank you. If you'd like to add a summation?
Only that we will attempt to inspect the property, I believe, within the coming years, because we obviously need updated information, and the owner isn't here to state what's been done and what hasn't been done. So we'll attempt an inspection.
Thank you.
That'll be for me, thank you.
Okay, that concludes 23 Driscoll. And we will move to 30 Linden Shore Drive. Do you think we could do one more?
Thank you.
Okay, go down to, maybe we can do one more. I think you said 12:30, you good till 12:30? We'll do one more, hopefully this won't take too long. If it starts to take too long, we'll just take a break in between. Thank you. Okay, 30 Linden Shore Drive. Mr. Kupfer, when you're ready.
Parcel ID number 10000461900, 30 Linden Shore Drive. It's in the Linden Woods neighborhood. It's a bi-level dwelling constructed in 2001. It's 2,338 square feet, full basement with basement finish. Has 3 full bathrooms with a shower, one central air conditioning and 1 fireplace. It has an attached multi-garage. The assessed lot size is 6,279 square feet. Comparables 1 through 4 are all in the Linden Woods area. They are all bi-levels, all constructed between 2002 and 2004. They are all quite a bit smaller than the subject. The living area ranging from 1,776 square feet to 1,846 square feet. They all have full basements with basement finish. Between 2 and 3 bathrooms, as you can see, they all have central air conditioning. They all have 1 fireplace, with the exception of comparable 1, which has 2 fireplaces. And they all have attached multi-garages. The lot sizes range from a low of 5,192 square feet to a high of 7,393 square feet. And the time-adjusted sale prices range from a low of 520,400 to a high of 580,300. The time-adjusted sale prices per square foot range from a low of $281.91 to a high of $323.11. The 2020 assessed value for the subject property is currently set at $680,000 with $290.85 per square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Story, do you have questions of what the assessor has presented?
Yes, I do, thank you. Okay. So, have you visited
the subject?
No,
You visited Thurston Bay?
I have not visited the subject, any of the comparables. We have MLS listings for
Okay.
all of them.
And you selected these based on a number of comps that were provided by
Correct.
the auto comps?
Correct.
Okay. And you chose these because they were the most comparable?
Yes,
Okay. Now, the highest sale that you have here is $564,500, correct?
correct?
That's for a bi-level. The subject is assessed at $680,000, correct?
Correct.
Does that strike you as odd for a bi-level in Lindenwoods?
Not at all based on the size of the home.
Okay. Would you say that a bi-level is more or less desirable to the market than a bungalow, for example?
More desirable,
A bi-level is more desirable than a bungalow, in your opinion?
yes.
Okay. I think that we disagree on that. Now, have any economies of scale been applied, seeing that the living size is much larger, as you pointed out?
No.
No economies of scale. Okay. Now, for 60 Thurston Bay, that sold at $314 a square foot. Now, did that trigger any sort of alarm bells in your mind? Did you check that sale?
I printed the listing and brought it with me.
Okay. And after reviewing that sale, you still thought that it was comparable to our subject?
It's reasonably comparable, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that substantial rentals have occurred in that home?
Looks like it was updated primarily in 2014, yes.
Okay. Comp number 3 is 26 Newington. Are you aware that that's a custom A&S show home?
Yes,
Okay. And did you make any adjustments to capture the fact that the finishings would be superior on a show home versus a regular home?
no, I haven't.
Okay. And again, you believe that a bi-level is more desirable to the market than a bungalow?
Yes.
May I ask you then why they don't build more bi-levels?
In my opinion, they are building more bi-levels.
Okay, that's interesting. Now, did you go through the sales book to look at all the sales of bi-levels in the area?
No, I didn't go through the entire sales book.
Okay, well, I've provided it here. You can see that the highest sale by far is 565. Would you agree that there's a level at which the market caps out on bi-levels? Like if there was an extra 1,000 square feet here, do you think there'd be $300,000 more in assessed value? Could we have $1 million bi-level if there was 3,000 more feet on our subject?
Yes, you very well could.
So economies of scale in your mind don't apply.
Of course, economies of scale apply.
Okay, so at what point do they apply? Because you're saying you haven't applied them here, so at what point in your mind do
I'm saying
economies of
economies of scale in terms of some sort of calculation isn't automatically applied onto our comparable sales report here. You won't see any economies of scale adjustment made.
No, what I'm asking you is
Yeah.
as the person who takes the data
Mhm.
from the model and then interprets it,
Yes,
you haven't made any adjustments for economies of scale.
economies of scale is considered, yes.
It is considered?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we're assessed here at, as it sits, at $290.85. So where did that number come from?
That is the assessed
that
value
sim-
divided by the living area.
I understand that, but that's, okay. The way that we develop the actual assessment is we have to take some comparable sales and develop a baseline price per square foot or cost per square foot, correct?
Okay,
Was that correct or not?
correct.
Okay. So it would appear that 290 is a simple average of, a couple 270s, a 293, and a 314, correct? So there's no economies of scale being considered here.
The 680,000 is what is derived by the mass appraisal model,
Right, okay.
not specifically in conjunction to these 4 particular comparable sales.
Okay, fair enough. But we do have the point's been made, we've got a larger living area. And would you say, in your opinion, well, you haven't visited them, so it's difficult, but based on the MLS,
would you say that your comps are comparable, inferior, or superior to the subject property?
I believe I presented a range with these four comparables.
Okay, so which ones are superior and which ones are inferior?
I would say 60 Thurston Bay has been upgraded
Right.
to a superior level, the house itself, specifically the kitchen.
Okay. What about Birmingham?
They list a brand new paint job. Other than that,
There's also new hardwood floors throughout, correct?
it says maple kitchen with hardwood flooring on the main floor. It doesn't say it's
Oh.
new.
Okay. Now, Newington, is that comparable, inferior, or superior in your mind?
Well, they're both A&S homes. This one isn't listed as a show home though.
No, a show home versus a standard home, that'd be,
I'm saying they're the same home builder. They're both
right,
A&S.
but one's a show home, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so would you say that that's superior? Would you say that A&S builds their show homes to a higher level of quality than their standard homes?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Okay, and Eastmore, what do we think of that? Is that superior, inferior, comparable? What are your thoughts on that?
This one doesn't really list any improvements or upgrades.
Okay, those are my
So I would
questions.
say
Thank you.
inferior.
Okay. Lori, any questions of the assessor?
I have no questions at this time, thanks.
Item?
None.
These bi-levels, are these what they call cab overs? When they have the garage built sort of,
Yes.
Correct, and then there's a second story kind of above that garage, usually where the master bedroom is typically, a lot of these homes.
so they're all that similar
They
style?
are, yes.
How come this one is so much bigger and you weren't able to find any sales of ones in that size range?
I don't know if it's that unique of a house that it's that size, or it's simply that there were no other sales of that size home in that range, but if I could have found bigger bi-levels, I would have selected them definitely. These are the biggest ones
Yeah,
I could find
just-
comparable within the area.
It seems like the standard sort of size of that type of house would be the 1800
Correct.
square feet.
Yeah.
That's all my questions. Mr. Story, if you'd like to take us through your information.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Okay, 30 Linden Shore Drive. Now we have again, a bi-level, a cab over, built in 2001. It does have a large living area, which is 2,338 square feet, with no positive influences acting upon the site. The city has it assessed at $680,000, which equates to $290.85 per square foot, and we are requesting a revision to the value of $589,000. Now, to answer a question you just asked, there are not a huge amount of bi-level sales. The market, in my opinion, is not desirous of bi-levels. The trend is clearly towards bungalows, having less stairs, having everything on one floor, and it's quite obvious. The bi-levels were very popular in the 70s through the 90s, but have sort of fallen out of favor. For the most part, though, there is a limited market for them. That being said, and I've included the pages, the relevant pages from the sales book, and we'll go through them in a moment, you will not find a sale of a bi-level for anywhere near $680,000. You'll be lucky to see a sale of $520,000. Okay, so again, we've got a bi-level cab over single-family residence, 30 Linden Shore Drive in Linden Woods, total living area of 2,338 square feet. And then again, 2001, no substantial upgrades or improvements, and the lot size is 6,279 square feet, which is standard. So I've attached a comparable sales table for the exercise of coming to a fair market value for the subject property. All comparables are similar with respect to vintage. Now, I have living area in there, but they're not similar in terms of living area. They're similar in terms of lot size. The summary included identifies 6 comparable sales. The first 2 have been selected by Altus, while the last 4 were selected by the city of Winnipeg. We've chosen properties based on their size and quality of finish to best capture the market for our subject of the reference date. The city, however, has chosen one sale that is so improved that it distorts the average sale price per square foot. That's the sale at 60 Thurston Bay, and I've included photos here just to show you the level of quality that we're dealing with. So it's atypical and it distorts our baseline. Further, the assessment department has not accounted for economies of scale that must come into play, as our subject is 26% larger than the average of our comparables. So it's not an immaterial difference. It's substantial and must be captured somewhere. So the way that I've treated this is I've provided a 5% downward adjustment. Again, I've included the relevant section of the City of Winnipeg sales book for the relevant period in the neighborhood. And the sales book shows that the vast majority of bi-level cab over sales in the region in the reference period fall between $400,000 and $500,000. The $565,000 sale at 60 Thurston Bay is by far the highest sale for a bi-level cab over in the reference period, and I've discarded it as an outlier and it will not be considered in my study. Further, the images on the MLS site indicate high levels of both architectural and design upgrades, and so utilizing the sale and applying a rate of over $290 per square foot leads to an assessed value that is wholly inappropriate. Please note that our sales data indicates a range for these property types of approximately $265 to $275 per square foot. So I've applied a rate of $265 as the subject property has not been substantially renovated and would sit near the lower end of the range. And then again, we've also applied the downward adjustment to capture the economies of scale at play for a 26% increase in living area. So we would accordingly suggest that a value of no more than $589,000 be applied to the subject property, which would actually make it I believe that would be the highest assessment for a bi-level, but that captures the increased size, but it also takes into account economies of scale. Come with me to page 4. I've got my table. Now the 2 sales that seem reasonable for us are at 148 Lindmere and 107 Princewood. Now those are I went through every single sale of bi-levels in the area, and these are the largest. They're built in the same reference period. They're very close, actually. Now, Princewood has a larger lot, a substantially larger lot. Lindmere has a slightly smaller lot. Princewood has a triple garage, so that's might account for why it sold for $267 a square foot, whereas Lindmere sold for $264 a square foot. But when we look at these larger homes, we start to see a trend developing. While the place is not renovated, and it's not a show home, and it's not substantially renovated, a range of $265 per square foot is totally reasonable. So again, if you look at our average sale price per square foot, it's $265.86, as well as the median, so there are no outliers to kick out. We have a 26% difference in the average living area. Lot size is very similar. The average sale price per square foot, from a median perspective, is about $270 per square foot, whereas we're assessed for the super adequate size of our living area, $290.85, bringing our assessment to $680,000, where we believe that based on 265, we come to 619,570. 5% downward adjustment equates to 30,979, and our total value, we believe, for the reference period should be $589,000 with all of these points considered. Come with me to page 7. You can have a look at the subject. bi-level built in 2001. They all have a very similar look. I would believe that they might even have been built by the same builder by the looks of it. Okay, so we're now going to page 8. This is 148 Lindmere. You can see very, very similar, larger size. Let's see if there's any. Doesn't appear to be any huge renos of note, so that's reasonable. And it's important to point out that this sold for $517,500. 107 Princewood, page 9. It's a nice feature of having that extra garage. Now again, it sold for $502,000 and $502,500, though it was originally listed for $519,900. Yeah, and not substantially renovated, very similar to ours. It's just got a smaller living area. Thurston Bay, now this is the one, go to page 10. Okay, so this is from the MLS. They've decorated this home with a designer flair, modern colors and upgrades. We've got birch floors, electric fireplaces with stone, stainless steel mantles and undermount lights, vaulted ceilings with built-in speakers, maple cabinets upgraded in 14, quartz counters, new sink, carburetor faucets, glass tile splashback, under cabinet lights, stainless steel appliances, soft pull drawers and kitchen windows, 2 bedrooms on the main floor with a 4-piece bath, and the upper floor is the master suite with a 4-piece ensuite and walk-in closet. Now if you come to page 11, you can actually see the interior of this home. Okay. So you see the foyer, they've got glass inserts. You can see the maple cabinets, the quartz counters. Page 12 shows you the great room with birch floors, stone feature wall, stainless steel mantle, and then the lower level, of course, we have the gas fireplace with tile facing. There's some nice shots from page 13 as well that show you the entrance and the stairs to the master suite. It's beautifully redone. It's clearly far superior to our subject, and the renovations are extremely higher than average sales price. So, and then just for interest's sake, come with me to page. One second. Oh, I'll show you our subject. Page 17. Let's see, we've got linoleum flooring. And mats. Page 18. You can see the interior. So this is fairly, it's not renovated, it's as it was constructed. So you can see the degree of the difference. If you go to even our kitchen on page 19, bedroom, you can see the level of quality is not on par with Thurston particularly. Then page 20 is the basement and the washroom. So they are. So that's how they stand. Okay, now for interest's sake, you come with me to page 22. I've marked up all of the sales of buy levels in the Linden Woods region. And if you just take a quick scan there, you'll see what the market is willing to bear in terms of buy levels. I disagree with the assessor. I don't think buy levels are selling at a premium, nor are they being constructed at a premium. In fact, they're selling below what a typical bungalow would sell for as the population ages, and we're looking for less stairs and more amenities on the same floor. So if you want to just flip through that, you'll see that there's about 20 sales, starting on page 22, and it's rare to find anything over $500,000, especially when you compare them to other sales. If you just kind of look at the unhighlighted areas, these would be the lower range of realty product in the Linden Woods area. Then of course on page 26, you see Thurston Bay just jumps out of the sort on $564,000. but again, that's explained by the substantial renovations. So, again, we are asking for a value of $589,000, based on $265 per square foot with a $5 downward adjustment to capture the economies of scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cuthbert, do you have any questions of the applicant's information?
Yeah, you've identified a range here for these types of homes, as you call it, 400 to 500,000. Are you aware of what the actual sale price for this home was,
For which home?
for the subject property?
The actual sale price. Well, again, I see that you've got 3 sales here, indicating 4 owners since, I thought that first sale was in '08, but fair enough. Yeah, so there's a sale of $545.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're suggesting that it's appreciated to $680,000?
I'm suggesting that shows that this is far outside of the range that you're trying to show where these much smaller homes come into play between
Well,
400 and
Yeah,
500,000.
no, I know, I've captured that, but we can't go in and simplistically at a range that you've developed from smaller homes. You have to account for the economies of scale.
Okay.
So you're actually, I mean, you're supporting my position by providing these sales, 585. There's also a limit. There's not, I would be surprised if there was a split level home sale in Winnipeg at $680,000 anywhere, quite frankly.
There are. You chose 5% as just as a number to use for your economies of scale
That's
downwards
probably
adjustments.
conservative, quite frankly.
So that would take us from 680,000 to 646,000, or $276.30 a square foot, based on the current assessed value.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Again, if you consider lot size for 148 Lindenmuir, I guess namely being the smaller lot, and then 107 Princewood, is that a
Sorry,
regular?
say that again. I can't hear what you're saying.
148 Lindenmuir.
Yeah.
Again, do you account for the smaller lot size, or do you view that as immaterial?
The smaller lot size?
Yeah.
No, I think that's, no, I haven't made an adjustment for the, was that 300 square feet of lot size?
And then 107 Princewood, it must be one of these corner lots if it's that size, 9,000 square foot. Do you know, can you confirm
Yeah, I
that?
don't know about the lot there, that would be huge.
Yeah.
I believe it's an end lot, but not a corner lot, I believe it's an exterior corner.
You
if
haven't
I'm not
listed,
mistaken.
you haven't listed any influences either. Do you know what that's backing onto at the end of Princewood there?
I believe that's backing onto is there a commercial adjacency there?
I'm not sure. I'm genuinely asking.
No, I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't, that amount of that lot size would be atypical, to be certain. But I mean, Newington has 7,300 square feet as well, and that's not an interior corner, is it? It's just a large lot.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I don't know about I'm focusing on living area for the purpose of this exercise, not looking at the land value calculation.
And did you get to see the inside of this home? Did you get
Yeah, I
to-
just provided you photos of it, you saw it too.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to see it again, it starts on page 17 of my brief.
Given that your comparables, the size of the building itself is similar to mine, you'd agree with me that the house itself and the size that it is makes it fairly unique for the area?
The size makes it unique for the area.
Yes, the size and the type
In
of
terms
home.
of the sales, yeah, there doesn't appear to be a market for this type of property, because there are no sales of this size. I'm not saying that there aren't any homes that are this size, there are any bylaws that are this size, but I can tell you that there are no sales that are as large as this one, but I have selected the ones that are the largest.
Do you know where that extra space went? Is it extra bedrooms? Is it a bigger living room? What,
Do I know where the extras, in
Yeah.
relation from what to what?
in relation to the comparable homes?
To
So
all
the
of
subject property is about 500 square feet larger.
Right.
I'm saying, where is that square feet in the house? Where did it end up?
Oh, I'm not sure. could be spread throughout the entire home, right? You could have an extra 100 square feet in your kitchen, extra 300 square feet in your living room. It's not you can just go to one place, right?
Yeah, as generally asking, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Just because it's listed as a 3-bedroom, most of these are listed as 3 bedrooms, so
Yeah.
I was curious. Okay. No other questions?
Thank you. Lori, any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
None here.
I think all the matters have been addressed on this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will take a short break now, and when we return, we will carry on with Tweeds here. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, and we will begin with 31 Tweedsmuir Road. Mr. Kupfer, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
31 Tweedsmuir Road, parcel ID number 100075100. It's in the Linden Woods neighborhood area. It is a 4-level split, single-family dwelling constructed in 1988. The living area 1,803 square feet. It has a full basement with some basement finish, 1 full bathroom, 2 half bathrooms, and 1 shower. It has central air conditioning as well as 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage, and an assessed lot size of 6,208 square feet. Comparables 1 through 4 are all in the Linden Woods area. They are all 4-level splits, constructed between 1983 and 1988. The living area ranges from a low of 1,755 square feet to a high of 2,092 square feet. They all have full basements. Comp 1 and Comp 4 have some basement finish. Comps 2 and 3 do not. Comparable number 1 has 2 full bathrooms and a half bathroom. Comparable 2 has a full bathroom and a half bathroom with a shower. Comparable 3 has 2 full bathrooms and 1 half bathroom. Comparable 4 has 1 full bathroom, 2 half bathrooms, and a shower. They all have air conditioners. They all have 1 fireplace. They all have attached multi-garages, and none have pools. The lot sizes range from a low of 6,283 square feet to a high, this one on 48 Shorecrest specifically, of 9,414 square feet. The other 2 are relatively comparable. A time-adjusted sale price from a low of $415,000 to a high of $533,000, or a time-adjusted sale price per square foot of $234.86 to a high of $254.97. The 2020 assessment for the subject property is set at $440,000, or $244.04 per square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Story, do you have any questions of the assessor on the information he has presented?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'm actually in agreement with comps 1 and 2. I think those are very good comps. And those would indicate a dead on $235 a square foot. So I think that's reasonable. But now, I looked at your comp 3 and your comp 4. Now, let's start with comp 3. Would you say that sale for that property is superior, inferior, or comparable to our subject?
I have limited information of the subject, so it's difficult to say. That 2015 sale was a private sale, so there's no listing with it. Given from what I can tell, based on the comparables, 48 Shorecrest, it appears to be well maintained and fairly well upgraded. Looks like a nice kitchen. But I can't say with certainty whether it's superior or inferior.
And again, the sale in 2015 was for $345,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so is there anything, 48 Shorecrest, have you accounted for that huge lot somehow? That seems odd to me that nine thousand 400 square foot lot. Have you accounted for that when you're coming to your opinion of value?
I would conclude that that is a superior influence, having a lot that's about 50% larger.
Right.
Despite it being on a corner, it's still probably slightly more desirable, yeah.
Okay. And have you visited 31 Tweedsmuir?
Unfortunately not.
You've driven by it, just had a look at the neighborhood, just kind of placed it in the grand scheme of the.
Generally
Street.
familiar with Linden Woods, but no, I didn't
Yeah.
get a chance to go out.
Great. Okay. How about Fox Meadow?
Same answer.
Woodington?
Unfortunately not.
Shorecrest?
No.
Brigantine?
No.
Okay. So you haven't visited any of these properties?
Correct.
Okay. Have you looked at photos of them on the internet or anything like that?
Yeah, we have listings for all of them except for Woodington.
Except for Woodington?
Yes.
Okay. Are you suggesting Woodington wasn't on MLS?
Oh, I apologize. I do have a listing for
Yeah.
Woodington. Yeah, I have listings for all of them.
Great. Now, is there anything atypical about 48 Shorecrest compared to the others?
The large lots, as you've already
Right.
said.
Anything else?
Tri-car garage could set it apart.
3-car garage on a split, on a 4-level split would be atypical, would it not be?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the design of the home? Does it look like the others?
No.
Would you say that's an architecturally enhanced home?
I would say it's a more unique home.
More unique?
Yes.
Okay. So we've used that term a lot here today, unique, but you might say that it's architecturally non-conforming, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so those homes, they have a limited market, but when they do sell, they tend to sell for more, correct? When you find the right buyer who really falls in love with that atypical home, the uniqueness becomes a value add versus a value negative, is that correct?
Can, yes.
Okay. So that might explain why the sale price is relatively high compared to the others. Okay, Brigantine Bay, anything you can tell me about that from the, well, first of all, you haven't visited, but you have looked at it online. Would you say that it's superior, inferior, or comparable?
I would say that it is likely superior.
Likely superior?
Likely superior.
And what leads you to believe that it's likely superior?
The high level of renovations that have been done to the home.
Can you tell us about some of the renovations that have been done?
Hardwood floors, granite and tile, start off the regeneration. Kitchen boasts maple cupboards, redone in 2010, with granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, glass mosaic backsplash, stone feature wall. Obviously appliances are included. All bathrooms remodeled in 2010, newer carpet in 2008.
Okay, so it's superior in terms of its remodeling, multiple upgrades. That's fair to say?
Again, without having actually seen Tweedsmuir, all I can say is likely yes.
Okay. Now, we don't agree on buy levels. Now, do you believe that a 4-level split is more desirable to the market than, say, a bungalow?
No, I would say a bungalow is superior to a 4-level split.
Okay, so in your hierarchy now, we have buy levels at the top, bungalows in the middle,
Yes.
and then split levels
Yes.
after that? Okay. Fair enough. Just out of curiosity's sake, do you know when they built the last 4-level split in Linden Woods?
I don't know, no.
I just wondered, because these are all, you know, the mid to late
1980s,
80s.
90s, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
when it's
where I
been
see it
built
as well.
since then. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so we can agree that Shorecrest and Brigantine are superior. I agree with that. You know, I'm surprised actually in looking at this, that Brigantine only sold for $238 a square foot despite having all those renos. But meanwhile, Shorecrest, which is again an outlier because of its architectural design, sold for $250 a square foot. So when we take these three together, your three comps, because I'm not agreeing with Shorecrest, I think it's too atypical to include in this study, but we're coming in at about $235 a square foot, and that's with some reno places, correct?
Correct.
Okay, those are all my questions, thank you.
Very good. Lori, any questions?
I have no questions at this time, thank you.
Ivan?
No.
So, looking at your comparables, and I think from the questions Mrs. Story has asked, comparables 1 and 2 would be the best examples of
I think comparables,
subject property?
if the subject property has undergone the same types of minor renovations, more akin to upkeep, like replacing the shingles after 30 years, newer hot water tank, those sorts of things, then yes, I think comparables 1 and 2 would be relatively close. However, again, I'll wait until Mr. Story tells us about the house.
Okay. And their locations. Subject property is mid-street. 62 Fox Meadow backs onto Waverly. Which comparable is that?
It's got a heavy traffic influence that would knock down the value quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's Waverly's busy street.
Yeah, that lot would definitely be inferior.
Okay, that's all my questions. Mr. Story, if you'd like to take us through your information.
Thank you very much, and I would like to point out, we're not looking for a huge reduction here, we want to make sure the value is fair, so I'm going to suggest $235 per square foot. We've heard about the property, it's 31 Tweedsmuir Road in Linden Woods. Again, built in 1988, it's a standard 4-level split, total living area of 1,800 square feet. No positive or negative site influences are acting on the property. And the city has us at $244 per square foot. We believe that the property as it sits should not be assessed at any more than $230 per square foot. So we're asking for $415,000 for this assessment cycle. So there was some, okay, the current owners purchased the home in '08, and we have that sale reflected here at $345,000. I'm sorry, in 2015. There was a sale in 2008 where the bathrooms were redone. According to the owner, nothing happened between 8 and 15 when they purchased at $345,000. So again, we believe that the $345,000 sale is a good indicator. That's 3 years out from our reference date, and we're asking for $415,000. That seems like a reasonable appreciation if you believe that 4-level splits are appreciating in Linden Woods. I'm skeptical of that, but I think that's a reasonable way to value on this property. So I've included a comparable sales table. Again, the first 3 have been selected by Altus, the last 4 were selected by the city of Winnipeg. We've chosen properties based on their size and quality of finish to best capture the market value of our subject at the reference date. Again, the city has chosen one sale of an architecturally designed home with a 3-car garage that's completely atypical and distorts the true market value that we're trying to identify here for a standard 4-level split in the woods. Again, that sale is at 48 Shorecrest. And I will say that as 4-level splits follow to favor with a market that prioritizes less stairs and accessibility, it's been a challenge to develop a study of under-improved homes of this type. Though I have found a reasonable number of sales, I find that there's no justification for considering the outlier, which is the Shorecrest sale, and thus do not consider it while completing the study. So our sales data indicates a sales range from $228 to $235 per square foot. Again, $235 is in line with what the assessor has presented here today. That would indicate the higher end of an improved property, whereas $228 would be the lower end. We're simply saying that $230 per square foot is appropriate given the state of the property, and we will ask that the value be amended to $415,000. I've provided a workup on page 5, and you can see I'm in full agreement that Fox Meadow and Woodington are are reasonably comparable, though I believe that they fall on the higher end value. They have some upgrades, nothing huge, but they're, you know, and the sales prices reflect that. They're 415,000, 412,000, and we're asking for 415. That's dead on. I've also included a sale of 110 Westchester, which I'm considering my best comparable, but it only sold for $192.63 per square foot, despite being assessed at $419,000. So that seemed like the best comp based on the size, the location. It's not improved, and that's sort of where the market's heading. I actually believe that the 4-level splits are going to be depreciating faster than other real estate products in this area as the market turns again to accessibility and having all the amenities on one floor. Okay, so now just to show you what we're talking about in terms of our comps, if you come with me to page 6, this is 31 Tweedsmuir. Okay. And you know, there's a typo there, that was come through my last, but it's not 680 to 589 clearly, it's 440 to 450. Apologize for that. Okay, page 7, you can see 62 Fox Meadow. Again, reasonable, standard 1980s 4-level splits. Woodington is the Altus comp and city comp number 2. We agree on that. We agree on Fox Meadow. That supports our $230 per square foot. And on page 8, you can see Westchester. Again, it's they all have the same aesthetic, same curb appeal, so to speak. Now Westchester would be inferior, but we are considering that at the low end of the range, whereas the two on Fox Meadow and Woodington appear to be right in the right range. Now, if you go with me to page 9, I'll show you the sale that's discarded, and I think what's giving rise to this this increase in value per square foot. This is short press, so this is clearly not conforming to the standard 4-level splits that we've looked at before. You can see that it's got sorts of wood ceilings, wood floors, 3-car garage. The design is architectural. Page 10, you can see the interior, that sort of interesting round window facing out the back, custom deck. And again, it's on a large lot. Can't see much of the lot here, but we can see that this is not a typical 4-level split, and that's why we discarded it. So again, I asked that the value be revised from $440,000 to $415,000 for the 2020 assessment cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kupfer, questions of the applicant?
I was hoping you could tell us a bit more about that 2015 sale. I just have it here, my notes here, that it's a private sale.
Yeah, I don't have details on it. All I know is that they bought it in 15,
Yeah.
and they said that there was a sale in 08 where there was some remodeling done to the bathrooms. But obviously the effective age wasn't altered there, so I think they spruced it up for resale all the way back in 05. Current owner bought it in 08, and it's they haven't done anything to it since.
You can confirm that it was arm's length though?
Can I confirm that it was arm's length? I don't know the details of the transaction, so I can't
Okay.
tell you.
How about 110 Westchester, was that a public sale?
110 Westchester. Yeah, if it's in here, it's on the MLS. To be certain. We don't use sales that are not on MLS because we can't verify the details. That's the methodology we use.
I see a photo of it, but there's no write-up or listing.
I didn't do write-ups and listings for these. They're pretty standard. This is the market for 4-level splits.
You listed as your best comparable.
Because it's not improved. That would be why. Yeah, and it's sold for $350,000. It's an older sale too. Yeah, in terms of, it's virtually identical. If you look at it's got a slightly smaller lot, but otherwise it's virtually identical. It has no upgrades, whereas the other two do. So that gives us a sense of the range. Now, I'm not suggesting that we assess this house $192 per square foot, but that's a real sale. So that's what the lower end, that's what the low end of the market is telling us, and the high end are the improved sales at $235 per square foot. But they're certainly not $250 a square foot, as you suggested with 48 Shorecrest.
Based on this grouping of price per square foot, it shows as a pretty clear outlier, 192. Being about $40 a square foot.
Right,
lower.
yeah, no, and we've accordingly not put too much weight on that one, but I do think that it is probably the most realistic of all of these sales, given the limited market for four level splits and limited price.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
I have no questions, thank you.
Ivan, questions? The two sales you agreed with on the assessor's column here, 62 Fox Meadow and 110 Woodington.
Yeah.
They're both at, give or take a couple of cents, $235. But
Right,
you
yeah.
think yours should be at $230? Why
Yeah.
wouldn't yours just nice? And the other ones in your
These are
on your chart, 235 seems to be a pretty good standard value.
235 is, yeah, absolutely, but I have to capture the fact that our subject has not been improved, while the others have been brought to market, and that's what they've achieved. So that, I see what you're saying, but 235 would represent a higher, a renovated. I think that if you renovated this house a little bit and brought it to market, it could definitely achieve $235 per square foot. But as it sits today, unimproved, 230 is reasonable.
Have you been in the property?
No, but I've spoken to the owners. They told me that in 05 the bathrooms were done. They bought it in 08 and they haven't done anything to it since.
Did they know the people they bought it from? Is that how they know that?
I'm not sure. Apparently,
bathrooms
it was a non-arm's length sale. I didn't investigate the sale from 2005, but.
That's all my questions. Thank you. That'll conclude. Would you like to say anything in summation, Mr. Humphrey?
No, I think we covered it all already for
Okay.
this one.
We've done a couple of things.
Good. That concludes 31 Tweedsmuir. We will look next at 554 Community Road. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Humphrey, please.
554 Community Row, parcel ID number 010036666500. It's in the Bedsworth neighborhood area. It is a bi-level single dwelling constructed in 1999, 1,307 square feet living area, full basement with basement finish, one full bathroom and one half bath with a shower, central air conditioning, one fireplace, an attached multi-garage, and an assessed lot size just over 10,000 square feet. Comparables 1 through 4 are all in the Betsworth neighborhood. They're all one-story, single dwellings, constructed between 1970 and 2002. The living area ranging from a low of 1,232 square feet to a high of 1,455 square feet. They all have full basements with basement finish. Bathroom count ranging from 1.5 to 2 and 2.5. They all have central air conditioning. Comparables 2, 3, and 4 all have fireplaces. Comparables 1, 2, and 3 all have attached multi-garages, while comparable 4 has a detached multi-garage. The lot sizes range from a low of 5,552 square feet on comp 3 to a high of 12,198 square feet in comparable 2. And the sales prices range from a low of $357,700 to a high of $437,800, or a time-adjusted sale price per square foot of a low of $290.34 to a high of $338.59. The 2020 assessment for the subject property is set at $443,000, or an assessed value per square foot of $338.94. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Story?
Thank you. Okay, so we've been talking about bi-levels and split levels and bungalows today. Now, Mr. Guffey, can you confirm that our subject is indeed a bi-level home?
My information is showing it as a bi-level.
It's a bi-level,
Yes.
okay. Yet all of your comps are bungalows.
Yes.
May I, now, and when we got the original auto comps, the model, in order to compare apples to apples, gave us bi-level comps. So why did you overwrite them with bungalows?
I wasn't aware that I provided you with bi-level
Do you
comparables.
think it's appropriate to compare a bi-level with a bungalow?
It can be, yes.
Okay, and I'll ask you again. Do you think that bungalows, on average, sell for a higher price per square foot than bi-levels?
It would depend on a myriad of factors.
Let's just say in the marketplace in general. Do you not think that bungalows sell for more per square foot than bi-levels?
The marketplace in general, I don't know.
Would you use a bungalow as a comp for a two-story home?
No,
Why not?
because they are completely different builds.
They're different products, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't believe that a bi-level is different from a bungalow in terms of how they act? in the
They're certainly more comparable than a two-story is.
market? Okay. Did you look at the sales of bi-levels and then deem that they were inappropriate, or I'm just trying to figure out why we're not comparing apples to apples here?
Priority would have been given to the neighborhood area first, and then the size and the age of the home.
Okay.
So were the comparables that you originally got outside of the neighborhood area?
No, they weren't. Now, how familiar are you with Charleswood?
Relatively familiar? Okay, yeah.
Would you say that there's two different realty products in Charleswood? We've got the semi-rural area, where we've got the ditches in front of the houses, semi-paved driveways, and a sort of mix and match of discontinuous, non-harmonious homes of different vintage and quality.
There's definitely a range.
There's that, right? And then we have the more traditional suburban Charleswood, correct?
Okay, correct.
Okay, do you think that those two, that tale of two Charleswoods, do you think that those are comparable with each other, just based on proximity?
Certain properties certainly can be, certain would not be.
Okay, so what's interesting to me is the Bridle Path is a very nice street. It's a quiet bay in suburban Charleswood. Do you think that's an appropriate comparable for something on Community Road?
As far as I can tell, based on my map, yes, those would be comparable in proximity. I could probably throw a football from one to the other.
Okay. I'm guessing you didn't visit the subject property. Is that a correct assumption?
Correct.
Okay, and did you visit any of these comps?
No,
Okay. So you didn't visit Carvet?
no.
Okay, Carbet is a quiet cul-de-sac in suburban Charleswood.
Mhm.
Community Row is on a dirt road in semi-rural Charleswood. You're aware of that?
I am now.
You are, okay. I can't understand why we're looking at one-story homes, some of them Carbet and Bridle Path in particular, in suburban Charleswood versus Community Row in semi-rural Charleswood. So I'll ask you again, do you think that those are comparable without adjustments, without substantial adjustments?
I would probably have to visit the property to give you 100% on that. Yeah.
I agree. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Lori, any questions?
Just one question. On Community Road, because it is semi-rural, do your records show that it isn't on the ditch part or the part where it might not be ditches? Like, is it fully serviced?
As far as I can tell, it is fully serviced. I don't have any influences on record. I can't say with certainty whether there's a ditch or not.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing for me.
But Community Row was paved. Did I hear wrong? You were asked if it was dirt, or was that
The end of
ditch?
Community Road, the Hart Trail is a dirt road.
The end of it is?
Yeah,
Or
the end of it is.
The end of it is,
Yeah.
but where the subject is, that's a paved
Right.
road.
Okay, but the driveway is half paved, and there is a ditch in front of it, so it is certainly in the semi-rural section of Charleswood.
So it was, you're telling us by your comparables that you couldn't find any bi-levels in that area of that,
within the neighborhood of Bettsworth?
within the
This is the
neighborhood?
best I could come up with, yes.
And comparable number 4, that one's quite old, is it?
That's, yeah, that does stand out in terms of one of the older ones.
Comparable number 1, Berkeley is a straight street, something like Community Row, I suspect. Okay. And that is it's a one-story house, 3 years newer, similar sized lot. But it's only its time adjusted sale price is $290 a square foot, and the subject is at $338. Shouldn't they be a little closer together there?
Ideally, yes. That one wasn't listed publicly, so I can't say for certain what the inside of the house looked like. Admittedly, though, the macro information there is fairly comparable, yes.
Okay. That's all my questions, thank you. Mr. Story, if you'd like to take us
Thank you.
through your information.
Absolutely. Okay, so again, we're on Community Row. If you go to page 1 of my brief, you can see what we're talking about in terms of the semi-rural area. We have a larger lot, but it's quite overgrown. Not typical of suburban Charleswood by any means. And again, it's a bi-level, so I would suggest that we not consider comps that are not also bi-levels, as they're distorted. The house was built in 1999. We have 1,300 square feet of living area. No positive or negative influences are acting upon the subject. The city is suggesting an assessment of $443,000, which equates to $338.94 per square foot, and we are requesting that be amended to come back into line with the market for bi-levels and not assess this as though it were a one-story, bring it to $260 per square foot, equating to an assessment of $340,000. Again, we were built in 1999, no substantial upgrades or improvements. The lot area is 10,062 square feet. The driveway is partially paved. There are no sidewalks, there are ditches lining the street. Again, this is the semi-rural section of Charleswood, and Community Row is bordered by Roblin to the north and Bettsworth to the south. If you come to my workup on page 5, there are indeed sales of bi-levels that we can use, though they a bit different weight some, because the market for buy levels is not vast. So the sales that we did see were at 664 Laxdell, 604 Fairmont, 307 McLean. Now Laxdell and Fairmont are probably the most similar. McLean is newer, it's built in 2007. But again, they're all reasonably comparable. They're all buy levels in the semi-rural section of Charleswood. 307 McLean was eventually thrown out because we couldn't find it on MLS. 604 Fairmont is vastly superior and has massive upgrades. Now, there's an interesting one on Laxdell as well. And this just shows how the assessment modeling can occasionally fall out of line with what's actually happening in the market. We see a sale in August of 17 for 664 Laxdell for $305,000, and it is now assessed at $406,000. That represents an almost 23% increase. When the other applicant was talking about the assessment to sales ratio, this would be way off. So when we look at our Altus average adjusted sale price per square foot, we come to $245 per square foot. Though this property is newer, it does have some appeal in terms of the buy level product that's available, and it's also because there's a sort of a disharmonious or non-conformity that happens through the semi-rural area. I would say that this would fall on the higher end. So a value of $260 per square foot is appropriate, even though we're seeing average sales of about $245. I've got photos here to show you. Go to my page 6. This is our Diamond Community Row. So we've seen this before. We believe that it's been erroneously assessed as a bungalow at $339 per square foot, when it is in fact it's indeed a buy level that should be assessed at $260 per square foot. Page 7. This is the sale of Laxdell, and that's sold for $216 a square foot. And again, it's assessed at $287.94. So there's a huge ASR gap there. The MLS says about 664 Laxdell that there's leaning hardwood floors that were just refinished. There's a screened-in porch up the back, good sized rec room, and they put in a new high-efficiency furnace and hot water tank in 2013. Okay, we look at 604 Fairmont. It's an interesting home. So one of the largest lots available in all of Charleswood, they say. That's 60 feet wide by 360 feet deep. Beautifully treated with over $40,000 in professional landscaping, 2 balconies, a deck, 2 bird patios, 3-season sunroom, tons of perennials, 2-car garage, fantastic layout, 3 wood-burning fireplaces, all recently serviced and certified. Upgrades include all new triple pane polar windows throughout the home, new hardwood flooring, and major $40,000 in upgrades. Okay, so I can't detail 307 McLean, so I will leave this out, but I did find a listing mentioning luxury upgrades. That's fine. Now the assessor's comps, I'd like to go through them. Comp 1, again, is not verifiable, but it is a bungalow. Comp 2 is 27 Carbot. You can see that on page 11. So this is a 1-story bungalow on a suburban cul-de-sac. I've got a photo facing east from Carbot. You can see that this is not the same product as the subject. And not to belabor the point, but on page 12 you can see the west-facing view from Carbot. Of course, it's appropriately listed as a bungalow, not a buy level. Page 13, we can see the bridle path. Again, this is a 1-story bungalow on the bridle path. in the traditional suburban part of Charleswood. So we're asking that, oh, this is a good one too. You go to page 14, this is 6141 Bedsworth. So this is a one-story bungalow with a swimming pool. We don't have the details from MLS. But we see that it's assessed at $334,000, which is $109,000 below the subject, despite being superior in virtually every way. So again, we ask that this assessment be corrected to $340,000 or $260 per square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Comfort, do you have any questions of Mr. Story?
No interior photos for the subject property? No interior photos? No. It's the same line, nothing's been improved since 1999?
Same what?
Same line as the other homes, nothing's been improved since 1999?
Nothing's been improved, it's no substantial renovations since 1999, and that's the original owner, that's correct.
No questions.
I have a question on the comps.
Sure.
You're relying on your comparables of 664 Laxdale and 604 Fairmont.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
It seems to me that they're both bi-levels, but they have some challenges similar to the cities in that the subject is 1999, these are older.
Right.
The size of the house varies. I mean, Laxdale's not too far off.
Right.
The lot size, one is half the size and one is double the size, so
Right.
how have you sort of accounted for those differences?
Well, that's a great point. On Fairmont particularly, that lot is huge. It's a massive lot, but, again, these are in the semi-rural area, so it's not atypical to have a larger than usual lot. It would be unbelievable to have 21,000 square feet on the bridle path. That would be a completely different scenario. Now, in terms of age, that's a good point. The 11-year age difference in terms of, a bi-level in the semi-rural area of Charleswood, I don't think that makes a huge difference to buyers. When you actually see the collection of homes through that section, they do range, so there's not a huge amount of, what you'd call contribution or design harmony.
Okay.
And then for 604 Fairmont, to account for the substantial difference in vintage, we do know that there have been massive upgrades to the interior. So whether the city has captured that in terms of effective age or not, I don't know, but I know that there is a challenge, to be certain. There's not a huge amount of bi-level sales in semi-rural Charleswood, but we have to take what we can, and certainly not going to start taking bungalows and using those as the basis for our.
So you methodologically, you sort of tried to balance off
Yeah.
semi-rural, sort of
It has to be
urban,
semi-rural.
old,
In
blah,
my
blah,
opinion,
blah.
the semi-rural product is not the same as the suburban product. A family who's looking for a home on the bridle path is not also shopping on, Municipal Row or Community Row. Those are different products altogether. They serve different markets.
So the assessor said his sort of ranking was neighborhood size, age, and yours was obviously type
Well,
house first.
type for one, yeah, of
Right,
course. 'Cause
and then what?
All those things are taken together. You have to have
Right.
you have to be in the same neighborhood. You have to be dealing with the same property type. Vintage comes into play, to be certain. But you can see it 88 to 89, let's say 1999 to 2007. That doesn't, I don't think that makes a material difference, quite frankly. But using a rural property, a rural bi-level with a suburban bungalow is problematic.
Okay, so that's the main driver of the difference in what you've come up with.
Oh, absolutely. We're not going
Okay.
to assess this as though it were a one-story in suburban Charleswood.
Okay, that's the main driver, thank you.
No questions.
That 664 lax outlets, you've used page 7.
Yeah.
I don't think that's in the same league as the subject property. Would you agree with that? It's
Well, no,
different,
that's-
although it's a bi-level, I know it's a bi-level, but in terms of quality, in terms of look,
Right.
et cetera, it's not quite in the same.
No, that's correct, and that's why we've placed appropriate weight on that sale. The renovated sale at the higher end is at 272. Laxdale's at 219, we're suggesting 260. I'm just showing you the range of sales. These are the sales that we have for rural Charleswood for bi-levels, so that's what the market is telling us.
That 604 Fairmont, that's, I think we heard evidence earlier that the square houses don't,
Well, this wouldn't,
are a
I mean,
challenge, but.
this wouldn't be considered a square house, I don't think, in terms of when we're talking about postmodern glass and steel or metal houses on Wellington Crescent, this is not be exactly that. And although it is architecturally non-conforming, it is interesting, it's different looking.
This is an old property, 1970. They didn't use 2x6 studs, I don't think, in 1970. I'm not sure. Okay, this is certainly comparable challenged.
Well, I mean,
But,
there are
yeah.
upgrades that bring it up to
I
modern
understand,
standards, yeah.
Yes, and I thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Any need for summation?
I don't think so.
Again, I want to point out that we have to use apples to apples comparisons, so using bi-levels and bi-levels is appropriate. I don't think there's any methodology that would support assessing a bi-levels over a bungalow. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And that will take us to 102 Grenfell. Thank you.
Do you want more copy? Do you want more copy or one for?
No, did I only, oh. Oh, that's very odd. So we five of all.
I could probably just borrow one.
I could keep this one clean, but
Thank you.
I'll try it, but I can't help. Okay, Mr. Puffer, whenever you're ready, floor is yours.
102 Grenfell Boulevard, parcel ID number 10003013000. It's in the Old Tuxedo neighborhood. It's a one-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1952. It's a living area of 1,659 square feet. Full basement, basement finish, one full bathroom, 3 half bathrooms, and 1 shower. One fireplace, an attached multi-garage. The assessed lot size is 12,530 square feet. It's on an external corner, for light traffic and park influence. Comparable 1 is also in the Old Tuxedo area, also a single story, one-story single dwelling, constructed in 1953, 1,528 square feet, again with a full basement, basement finish, a full bathroom, 2 half bathrooms with 2 showers. It has central air conditioning as well as 1 fireplace and a detached multi-garage. Smaller lot in relation to the subject property, 10,131 square feet. On a bus route with a bus stop. It's an external corner as well. Heavy traffic, opposed to light traffic influence, as well as a school. Comparables 2 and 3 are in the Tuxedo area, so slightly south of comparable 1 in the subject. They're both single-story dwellings. Comparable 2, constructed in 1957 with an effective age of 1970. Comparable 3, constructed in 1974 with an effective age of 1984. Comparable 1 at 1,710 square feet and comparable 2 at 1,886. Both have full basements with basement finish. Both have 3 bathrooms. Central air conditioning, yes. Comparable 2 has 2 fireplaces, while comparable 3 has 1. Both have attached multi-garages. Comparable 2 also has a detached garage. Similar lot sizes, about 10,390 square feet. And then comparable 4 is in Wellington Crescent area. Again, it's a single-story dwelling constructed in 1945. 1,606 square feet living area, the full park area basement, has some basement finish, 1.5 bathrooms. It does have central air conditioning as well as 1 fireplace, an attached single garage, and a smaller lot at 9,707 square feet. But it does share the light traffic influence with the subject. Time adjusted sale prices range from a low of $526,600 to a high of $706,200, or a time adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $340.72 to a high of $397.60. The 2020 assessed value for the subject property is $622,000, or a assessed value per square foot of $374.92. I just wanted to point out as well, you'll notice the sale price in 2015, to the best of my knowledge, that was a private sale, so I'm not liberty to say whether that's a good indicator of value or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Story, any questions?
Yes, just a few. Okay, so that sale in 15, $510,000. You're not at liberty to say if that's a private sale or?
Oh, I'm saying it is a private sale. I can't say whether it's reflective of the value or not, because I don't know if it was arm's length or not.
So why did you include it in your report?
It's automatically included in the report unless we take it out.
Okay. Got it. Have you visited this property?
I haven't.
How about Hansard?
No, I haven't.
How about the 2 properties on Wellington?
I haven't.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, something very interesting sort of jumps out at me. Now, you're aware that 884 Wellington is also not on MLS, correct?
I do have a listing actually for 884 Wellington
So
Crescent.
that's it?
Yep.
For August of 17?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, we are sitting at an assessed value of almost $375 per square foot, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but your comps range from $307 to $343 a square foot, so what's going on there?
That would indicate to me that the majority of the comps are inferior to the subject.
Oh, are you aware that this home has been sitting vacant for a number of years?
No.
Are you aware that this home doesn't have air conditioning?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is interesting, we were talking a little bit about the appropriateness of time adjustments. And I would turn your attention to 236 Hansard. I remember this house, you might recall it, an SUV hit it. It was in the newspaper. It was an SUV drew through the window. I don't recall what year it was in, but I know that it was, certainly would have a heavy traffic influence. But it sold 3 times in the last few years. It was first listed at $499,900 and sold for $422,000. Then it was listed at $630,000 and sold for $579,000. And the most recent sales for $554,000, even though it was listed at $599,800. So what's interesting is when we look at the trajectory of time adjusted sales, I don't mean to belabor the point, but the sales of some of these homes are not on a direct upward trajectory, but they are sort of
Question coming here.
no, I just wanted to make sure the assessor was aware of that. And I also, okay, fair enough. Now, 828 Wellington sold for $311 per square foot, is that correct? Or sorry, $307 a square foot.
884.
828.
That's not on my comp list here.
reading.
828 Wellington? Comp 3, 828 Wellington Crescent?
Comp 3 is 58 Folkestone Boulevard.
We're looking at 102 Grenfell, correct?
Yes. There may have been a change.
Oh,
Comp
so you,
report
oh, so
from
you
when I
changed,
sent that to you,
so
yeah.
this is what you sent me,
Okay,
and now, and you've changed them now?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right, so this is all new.
You got the latest?
I suppose I do, yeah. So, but we still have Hansard, but the ones we had before were 884 Wellington and 828 Wellington.
Mhm.
And so now, so now you've included some new sales that bring the average up, correct?
I included 58 Folkestone instead of 828 Wellington, I think you're.
And 306 Boardroom. So that takes your average from about $330 a square foot. So, okay, so that's how you're now justifying you're trying to support the $375 a square foot, is that correct?
I'm saying the $374 falls within the range of the comparable sales.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's a set of comparable properties generated by the auto comp initially.
Okay,
You, correct?
yeah, I know.
Okay, and then you overwrote them with this, which you sent to me, correct?
Yes,
And now you've overwritten them again with this, correct?
I don't think I've sent you 3 different.
No, I know, this is brand new to me.
Okay,
Okay, but okay, so this is 3 different sets of comps that we've gone through here. Okay, so since this is all new, 306 Borum, the first thing that jumps out to me is that it's got an effective age of 1957, year built 1957, effective age of 1970. So tell us what happened in that property to give rise to such a change in the effective age.
updated kitchen with new appliances, large dining room, makes this home perfect for entertaining. What else has been upgraded?
There must have been some
The
structural
lo-
work.
It says the lower level has been completely redone with a massive new rec room.
Okay.
What else?
That's a big variance in terms of effective age and year built though, so something substantial must have happened, correct?
Yeah, this is the remodeled bathroom, electrical, furnace, kitchen, and windows.
Okay, so that's originally, the original vintage is similar to ours, it's 57, we're 52. We're vacant, this is occupied and remodeled, okay. Same question for Folkestone, what happened there to bring the effective age from 74 to 84?
I'm not sure about that one.
And why are we using something that is that far out? I mean, the initial comps that you gave me were more appropriate, they're 52, 53, 45, and 50. So why are we using something with an effective age of 1984?
Because we don't know what the interior of the subject property looks like. A range of homes was selected that demonstrates the high end of the range and the low end of the range. I was hoping you could tell me more about what the inside of the house looks like so that we could determine where on that range it'll fall.
Yeah, absolutely, I mean, these all have air conditioning, appear to be remodeled, ours does not have that, okay. Okay, would you say that these comps are inferior, superior, or comparable to our subject?
I would say at least comparables 2 and 3 are likely superior to the subject in terms of the level of finishing. Obviously the lots are smaller for comparables.
So you said 2 and 3 are superior,
I would say so, yeah, likely.
and Hansard is not superior?
There's some aspects of Hansard which look like they've been very well upgraded, and some aspects of Hansard that look like they're still fairly dated. So it's a mix of
Yeah, I'm
both.
sort of surprised about that sale on Hansard, because there are 2 sales in the reference period, yet there's no adjustment to the effective age. I would imagine they would have been upgraded to bring it to market, at least in one of those sales, if not both, right?
Typically, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then 884, yeah, you're saying you have that on a list, but I didn't have a listing for that, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now, in terms of
these properties, would you consider these redevelopment opportunities, or would you consider these active single-family dwellings?
Well, 884
Yeah.
was marketed as a redevelopment opportunity. This is your chance to own property on one of the premier streets in Winnipeg,
Right.
make this 1,600 square foot bungalow your own with some TLC. So that tells me that it's prime
It was
for
marketed as
operation.
a redevelopment property.
Yeah.
Right. And it sold for $537,000.
Yes.
So most of the value there is probably in the land minus cost of demolition, I would imagine.
Probably.
Okay, so it's probably most similar to ours. Would you say that the potential to redevelop a parcel in and around Wellington Crescent has become more or less costly in the last 2 years? Is there more risk now than there was 2 years ago, or less risk if one was looking to redevelop a property in Wellington Crescent?
I would say that there's likely more risk, but I think what you're referring to applies more to the 1910 luxury mansion cornerstone Wellington Crescent
I
type.
don't know, because we've been talking now for a couple of years that we've seen it happen in Armstrong's Point with you know, the overarching heritage district, which would make any sort of redevelopment certainly a little more difficult, at the very least, would it not?
Yes.
Okay, so it seems reasonable then that 884, and this is right on Wellington Crescent, right? Would you agree that there's some premium of having a Wellington Crescent address?
It's not on the river, but it is on Wellington Crescent, correct?
And so there's value in a Wellington Crescent address, correct? There's
Yes.
some panache to that. Okay. So all that being considered, our request of $320 a square foot is not out of line, given the increased risk, given the fact that this one's superior, and it's the only, like you said, it's the only redevelopment opportunity out of all of these. That would seem like we're not too far apart then, would it not?
It seems like we're not too far apart. Having some information on the interior of the subject property would help.
Right. Okay, and you're aware that there's no water running to the subject property, that it's completely vacant?
I am now, yes.
Okay, so that will factor into the decision, I suppose. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, Laurie?
I have no questions, thank you.
None.
Do you have any information as to when the last time this property was inspected by the department?
No, in fact, there's a decent chance the property record isn't even up to date. We left a card at the property, one of our technical assistants in 2016, in April. We received no response to the card. An estimate was made at that time to add basement finish to the home, which we didn't currently have on record, as well as a half bathroom. That's the most recent we have.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions. Would you like to give us your information, Mr. Story?
Yeah. Okay, so 102 Grenfell Boulevard. We have 1,659 square feet of total living area. Now this is a bungalow from 1952. It sits on an external corner. The city lists traffic and park adjacency. I assume that's related to the adjacency to the Simswine Park, though it's not on the park, but it's as the assessor says, you could probably throw a football in it. The 2020 realty assessment is at $375 per square foot, and we're suggesting that a more appropriate value would be $320 per square foot to recognize the fact that this property is more likely a potential redevelopment site than it is a single-family bungalow that's going to be redeveloped and on the market to compete with the other properties in the Wellington Crescent area. Again, we're built in 1952. We have no air conditioning. The lot area is 12,530 square feet. And the last sale of this property occurred just outside of the reference date in 2015. And that was at a price of $510,000. So provided there's some permissibility in the future regarding redevelopment, we would imagine that's likely going to happen some in the future. Okay, so the summary included identifies comparable sales selected by Altus, and as well as the assessment department. Those were the sales that were provided by Mr. Cuffer about a week ago. And those comps were actually very reasonable, save for the one sale that was artificially high, and that was at 236 Hansard. Now that includes some improvements to the property, so we didn't include that in our study. But we did use a sale of the same property from October of 2016, which we believe better represents the pre-development opportunity that's most comparable with our subject as it sits. So no adjustments were deemed necessary to the remaining sales. The comps in the subject are reasonably comparable in terms of size, location, vintage, and quality. In some cases, the subject's lot size would be deemed superior, though, and this is an important thing to note, the parcel is dotted with mature trees, and there remain some lingering questions regarding what sort of development guidelines may or may not limit development of the property in the future. So accordingly, we would suggest that a value of no more than $320 per square foot be applied, which brings us to an indicated market value at the reference date of $530,880, rounded to $531,000. Page 5 of my brief has the comps that we talked about. Now, we used the same comps, the original ones that were provided by the assessor. The only difference is that we used the earlier sale from 236 Hansard, which sold for $422,000, whereas the assessor used the sale in February, which is a post-development sale, or post-redevelopment sale. So when taking all these factors together, we see an indicated range of somewhere between $315 and $340 a square foot. Based on our estimate of value, we believe $320 per square foot is reasonable. Again, bringing us to a rounded estimate or requested value of $531,000. You can have a look at the subject on page 6, please. You can see that it's an unimproved 1950s bungalow. No longer harmonious with the aesthetic of the neighborhood. It's number 6. Number 7, page 7 I should say, is 236 Hansard. So it's assessed at $349.98 after the sale at $276.51. Okay, new roof, paint job, hardwood floors. You can see that there were improvements here in 2014, and I don't know what happened between October of 16 and February of 18, but it did sell at a premium, so we can make the assumption that somebody went in there and spruced it up and resold it. Okay, 84 Wellington is on page 8, 1,600 square foot bungalow, and they are looking at this one as well as a redevelopment opportunity. You can see, build your dream home, spruce it up with some TLC, but this is actually, it's probably superior. This is 84, which is the 800 block of Wellington Crescent is would be superior. It's quite nice. And again, if this is marketed as a redevelopment opportunity, it's sold for $345 a square foot. Or I'm sorry, it's assessed at $345 per square foot, but it's sold for just under $335 per square foot. And again, as we've all agreed, it comes with the Wellington Crescent address, which commands some premium. 828 Wellington, this is a very nice house. Again, an ideal candidate for a renovation from the MLS. And it's sold for $307 a square foot, assessed at $315. This is across from the Premier of Manitoba's home, so this is a prime location on Wellington Crescent. So, with all that considered, we believe that $320 per square foot is reasonable, and again, ask for a revised value of $531,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cutler, if you have any questions?
Sir, are you aware this home is on the corner of Wellington Crescent and Grenfell Avenue?
Yeah, I absolutely am. I visited, so I know where all these are.
You visited 884 or 828 Wellington?
I sure have.
Have either of them been demolished yet, or are they both still standing?
Nope, they've not been demolished.
Okay. Is there a plan for the subject property for 1 or 2 Grenfell? You said it's been sitting empty since it was purchased?
I think that most development in the area is probably up in the air until we get through this Heritage District stuff. So no, there's no plans that I'm aware of, and I would imagine that most people looking to redevelop are sort of in a holding pattern at this point.
Okay. Do you know if the owner would allow for an inspection of the property?
I couldn't say here, I don't know, I'd have to speak to them.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The average adjusted on this assessment is 360.
Do you have any questions of this? Do you have any questions?
Question,
of the-
yeah,
Sure.
it's a puzzle. On your last page, you have time adjusted houses and the cities. Under the cities time adjusted, you got 340. Is that referring to this assessment or just citywide?
No, that's, okay, so what we're doing there is we're looking at the city comps. Okay, so the city average sale price per square foot
Yeah,
these are these guys here, right? So 343, 334, and 307, okay? So that's where that number comes from. That's generated from this.
yeah, because the time adjusted on this assessment is 363 average,
On which assessment, I'm sorry?
using the actual assessment.
The actual assessment on the subject is just shy of $375 a square foot. It's $374.92.
I don't know, I had up the adjusted, time adjusted per square foot, and it's 363.
Okay, I think we might be talking about two different things. Are you saying that the assessment,
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
I don't know,
I'm not sure which ones you're averaging, so I can't.
We averaging up the,
I added up the
The
time
assessor's
adjusted
information.
per square foot averages.
Right, now keep in mind though, this is new information to me today, so the info that's in my chart is from
Okay.
what was provided
Oh,
a week ago, so that will be,
fine.
yeah.
Lori?
I have no questions, thank you.
I have a question. Did you inspect this property?
I've certainly been on the outside of it, yeah.
You weren't inside?
No, not inside, but I have seen photos of being inside.
Is it, what's the condition inside?
Well, it's, work. It's not renovated, it's sitting vacant. The water has been turned off, there's electricity, I assume, to keep the alarm system running, but, no, it's,
Did they heat it over the winter?
I-
Keep it warm?
yeah, I would imagine so, yeah. But they're not renting it, it's been vacant for some time, so.
Since they purchased it in 2015 or?
I'm not sure if there's ever been a tenant since 2015.
But it
I
has
don't
been a
know.
while then.
It's been a while, yeah.
Okay. So, you've saying that it's sitting for redevelopment. And does that put it in the same category as 884 Wellington Crescent? You're saying that one is?
That was marketed as a redevelopment opportunity, yeah. As was 828. They're both marketed as redevelopment opportunities. And they give us a range of 307 to 334. They have Wellington Crescent addresses. I'm saying that 320 for this property is appropriate based on those facts.
Good, thank you. Thank you.
Good.
Anything in summation?
I think the property should probably be inspected. Other than that, no other questions or comments.
Thank you. You have said it all.
Okay,
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
okay. Thank you very much for
Thank
coming.
you, I appreciate it.
With clear information. Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert, for coming with your information.
Thank you.